listen to me.
Lately, I've been feeling so yours, so yours. And lately, I've been trying to come over lately. But you seem to have this way about you, lady. And I can't take it, I can't. And you'll see that I'm not just like anybody, baby, baby, baby. Just so you know, when I slide through your mind, feel something different. Cause baby, you and I both know we missed it. Slide through your mind, feel something different. Cause baby, you and I both know we missed it. Lately, I've been feeling so yours, so yours. And lately, I've been trying to come over lately. But you seem to have this way about you, lady. And I can't take it, I can't. And you'll see that I'm not just like anybody, baby, baby, baby. So you know when I slide through your mind, feel something different. Cause baby, you and I both know we missed it. Slide through your mind, feel something different. Cause baby, you and I both know we missed it. Slide through your mind, feel something different. Cause baby, you and I both know we missed it.
Learning all my lessons the hard way. The only thing to know is I don't know a thing, that's all I'll say. Who is that looking back at her, trying not to lose herself? Take a step back and observe what she knows is hard to tell. So hard to tell. Lay on down, it's about to start. Curtains back, I know it's hard. Finding beauty, straight to see. Look inside, you'll find it's me. You'll find it's me. I know that it is hard to see, but take my hand and come with me. Now what you want is something new. I think it's time to see yourself. Carry on is what they all tell me. Simple to say out loud. I wanna make them proud. Take it day by day. Finding beauty, strange to be. Blind to shadows, now you see. You've done the work what's scary can hold beauty too. It's beautiful. Look up and breathe, just stay with me. Your shadow lives in harmony. The ups and downs that come with that. Can't have the good without the bad. Without the bad. I know that it is hard to see, but take my hand and come with me. Not what you want, but something else. I think it's time to see you
that you notice. I'm trying to get away from you, trying to get away from you. I hope that you notice. I still don't care what you do, still don't care what you do. Why you still here? Banging on my door like you got nothing else to do. Why you still here? Why you still here? Why you still here? Cause you don't want my heart, you don't want my kisses, babe. You just wanna fuck. I don't get the reason, babe. You tear me apart, tear me into pieces, babe. You just wanna fuck. I don't get the reason, babe. Yeah. I trusted you, I was a fool, cause you kept letting me down. I trusted you, I was a fool, cause you kept letting me down. Why you still here? Banging on my door like you got nothing else to do. Why you still here? Why you still here? Why you still here? Cause you don't want my heart, you don't want my kisses, babe. You just wanna fuck. I don't get the reason, babe. You tear me apart, tear me into pieces, babe. You just wanna fuck. I don't get the reason, babe. Yeah.
On the road for shows, take me anywhere. Don't know where I'm going, frankly I don't care. Turn around and take me back to your arms. Spend all of my quarters making payphone calls. Don't you see? We're putting miles on our hearts. All we need it for the money, do it for the fame. Don't forget your honey, it'll always stay the same. They never said a love be going through a drought. Yeah, don't you see? We're putting miles on our hearts. All we need is driving fast in our cars. Miles on our hearts. Miles on our
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of DKRTR Street competition, the 5th round in the series, the last round of the series on Biķernieki P2A track. Today we're gonna have tandems for the second day of competition to decide who is the actual winner of this.
Yeah, so joining you today, of course, it's me, Red, and my brother Ed. And hello and welcome back. So, how are you all doing? Are you ready for some tandems? I'm, of course, hoping for some good action today. You know, both of us are also participating in the tandems today, so
Yeah,
can't wait for that.
Are you ready for some tandems?
Oh, I hope so. I mean, I did get some practice in today on your setup as well. Got a few hours in, so that was nice. That was really fun as well.
I haven't done a single lap today. That's gonna be fun.
What do you mean?
Did I? Did I not?
Yes, you did.
I think I did. Maybe a few?
You drove, man. Yeah.
But just a few. Not too much. Not enough, I think.
Okay, fair. Yeah, that is fair. But you know, more laps is always good. But yeah, very soon we're already going to be getting into our top 32 action. Our first battle here is going to be, of course, Juan Jorge's versus Guntars Gute. That's our top qualifier versus our 32nd place qualifier. And of course, Juan Jorge's a returning, how should I put this, a top level driver in the series, you know. We've seen him plenty of times, and of course, yeah, right now, third in the standings as well, and already up on the starting line is our first battle for the top 32. It's gonna be Juan Jorge's and Guntars Gute from Spain and from Latvia. And there we go, 3, 2, 1, the light goes green, and off the line we go. E36 on E46, action entering right into that first outside clip. Great job by Juan right there, hitting the outside zone as well, and Guntars right there on that transition. Very good job, very aggressive transition, and staying right in that pocket. Maybe just a bit further now, we're giving some distance for the transition. Now let's see if you can get closer in this big sweeper right here, now into the touch and go. Good job by both drivers. Juan staying in the zones where he should be, and Guntars right there. Look at that, aggressive transitions and trying to get that proximity right there, cutting a bit of the line to get closer to the lead driver. Great job by both our drivers in the last outside zone, 11 right now, and there we go across the line. Clean, good start for battle.
Yeah, nice from Guntars there. You couldn't even tell it. He comes from the bottom of the top 32
very
bracket.
Smooth and consistent.
Indeed, but did you see that he went off track just before initiation? I thought that was a bit weird, so I guess he just couldn't find space for himself.
Yeah, he did.
Had to put it in the grass.
He did mess up a bit there maybe, but I mean, after that he just pulled it right back in, and look at that, just staying nice, smooth and consistent. And yeah, what you were saying, of course he qualified 32nd, right? But very smooth in the chases, you know. You're not seeing too much wavering from him. Most of the time he just puts the car where it has to be and just leaves it there, you know. Maybe he might not be right on the door, but he keeps it nice and consistent, you know, which
definitely
is very nice to see. And of course, for these lower qualifying drivers, lead run is usually the better one. So let's see what he can do right now.
Yeah, let's see. With a big flick initiation coming in, Juan close to the doors, going through outer zone 2 right now. Transitioning over to 3, Juan still on the doors. Very nice lead line from Guntars there, right on the outside. Now transitioning over for outer zone 5, Juan still glued to Gunter's doors. Very nice to see. Now around the inside clip, coming over to the Manji section of the track, throwing some big angles, both of them just side by side. Very nice from both the drivers here. And let's see the last wall ride. Still Juan hasn't lost an inch of proximity, sticks right to the door throughout all of the track. Really nice from both of them again.
Yeah, great job with both the drivers, but I think you could see that throughout the whole track, Juan was just that little bit closer, you know. On the transitions, I would say this transition just now, for example, looked very similar, you know. Gunter's was super aggressive on the transitions, but after those transitions, staying in the proximity and staying in the pocket, I do think Juan did just a bit of a better job at that, you know. And still, either way, very good and consistent. I think here, just now, Gunter's dropped one wheel off the track, so a bit of a deduction right there, but still, in the Manjis in general, very nice and aggressive transitions as well from Gunter's in the lead. So, great job, a great way to start off the top 32. And, I mean, I wonder which way this one's gonna go, you know? To me, at least, of course, I think you could hear it already. I feel like Juan was closer, but the judges might have seen something else as well.
Yeah, we definitely don't see everything from our perspective as we see the scorecard already.
A result, and that's going to be one for Juan. Second vote is going to be going for Juan, and third one as well. And the winner of this battle is going to be Juan Jorges, moving on to the top 16. So congratulations to you, Juan. Thank you for participating, Gunter, and great job on those runs. Great job. And yeah, so there we go. He's going to be battling against either
Vilius Presgentas from Lithuania or Brendan Carter from the UK, or original DKRTR voice.
Exactly.
From years ago.
Got some laps with him today as well. Nice and smooth driver, you know, like.
Yeah, I did see those.
Very good leads. Yeah, was fun.
Yeah, Vilius is going to start in the lead position and Brendan is going to be in the chase. So this is basically the most middle of the pack battle. Our qualifier is 16 versus 17, so this is going to be might be the closest of them all. So let's see how they do. Vilius in the lead, Brendan in the chase with a nice flick initiation. A little bit of a gap between them right at the start, but Brendan immediately reels him in, going into outer zone 2, and now transitioning over for outer zone 3. Great angle and line mimic there from Brendan in the chase. Really nice line from Vilius as well, coming through outer zone 4, now 5 already. Perfectly timed transition from Brandon there, anticipates the lead driver's movement just perfectly. Now in the Manji section, nice big angle from both of them, going side to side, just very well done, super aggressive there. A little bit of a bigger angle from Vilius in the lead position there, and now already in the last outside zone, across the finish line, door to door. That was beautiful from both of them as well.
That was very nice, yeah. Very solid and smooth driving here as well. Always glad to see that. And yeah, look at that in the lead. Vilius staying on the edge of the track in all of those zones. Towards the end, I do think I saw a bit of a mess up, but other than that, I mean, looking very good and solid. So yeah, we'll get to that in a bit, but I mean, so far you can see just filling out all the zones, and then Brandon in the chase as well, staying in that pocket, you know, staying at a consistent distance from the lead driver. And here, this transition timing, see there, Vilius added on a bit too much angle at the end, so he slowed down maybe a bit too much. So I do feel like that might be a deduction there from the judges. But overall, a great run. Of course, another run coming up, so we'll have to see what the drivers are going to be doing on this one. So Brandon in the lead, Vilius in the chase, and we're initiating into the first outside clip. Great job by Brandon hitting that one, and Vilius right there in the pocket immediately as well as we transition over to outside zone 3. And there we go, great job filling out that zone as well, nice and wide. Towards the middle of the zone and outside zone 4. I think the same as the previous run from the lead driver as well. But right there, look at Vilius staying right in that pocket, and looks like we have some contact. So there we go. That's unfortunate. That was looking so good. It was such a nice and smooth run up until that point as well. So let's see what happened there, because I'm not too sure what caused that.
It must have been a glitch. It didn't look like any of them did a movement massive enough to create
here,
that,
right? We saw a glitch here, so maybe it was
spike.
Maybe it was a connection error or something. I really hope it isn't, but let's see. And Oh,
Yeah, you see,
yeah,
because-
that does not look. Yeah, that
Vilius
does
was
not look
going
good.
smooth. He didn't change
Yeah,
his
yeah.
angle or his speed at all. So that must have been just a little bit of lag
Oh,
that
that-
caused that. Yeah,
Of course,
that is so
for our drivers
unfortunate.
as well, remember, if during your laps somebody joins or leaves the server, let us know, because you can get a rerun.
Yeah,
They will have to
definitely.
check if that was the case, and there is of course cases where that causes lag. So please remember to do that. You know, we want nice and fair battles in case that happens. Of course, I hope that's not the case here. But either way, sucks to see the run end because of a technical issue. You know, it was looking very good.
And also, don't forget that if you want to protest your run, don't wait until it's over and you're in
Yeah.
the YouTube chat. Do it immediately when the result gets announced in the in-game chat.
Correct,
Right,
yeah.
protest in the in-game chat if you want to protest the score, and that's the only chance you get
Yep.
for protesting your run. So
Exactly.
don't forget that.
Exactly. So yeah. Well, now we gotta wait and see what the judges' call is gonna be for this one. Of course, I'm hoping, you know, one more time would be great. I
Yeah.
wouldn't mind whatsoever. Seeing more runs from both of these drivers, yeah, that would be good.
Completely
You know?
agree. Yeah. As I said, is middle of the pack, so their scores were really close, and that this might be the closest battle of them all. It really looked like that.
You can see it in the driving.
Yeah.
Very evenly matched.
It was perfect. Might have been more interesting than to watch a top 1 versus top 32, but they proved us wrong in that as well.
That did not look like the 30
Yeah.
qualifier. I'll tell you that.
That was
much, you
pretty
know.
crazy.
Yeah, that was already a great battle. Those were some good runs.
Exactly. So yeah, they fooled us in the first one already. So you know.
But still deliberating on that decision for the top 32 battle of Vilius versus Brandon. Looks like we're going to be checking out the replay once again to see what happened there. A tough call. You know, I'll have to be honest, I haven't really watched too many online comps myself, so I'm
Yeah.
actually not too sure what they do in situations like this where something like that happens, where it's just a technical issue, you know?
Well, quite often, if it's a big one, then it's a rerun.
I see.
But not like a complete OMT, but just redo that run in
For this.
particular.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, of course, we all know in real life, you know, there the technical issues are a bit different, and well, they
Yeah.
just have to keep on going if that happens as well, you know. So
Yeah, but
that's also
that varies from competition to competition. I've heard
Oh, yeah.
that in, like
Oh,
in
yeah.
some, if you lag out, like it's exactly as real life. It's just your car died.
I mean, exactly like real life, same as, for example, FD and Drift Masters, right? In Drift Masters, you can't take a 5-minute timeout. And in FD, you can do that, you know? If you have an issue with your car, you can get some time off
That's
to fix
interesting.
it. Yeah, but in Drift Masters, you just have to be ready to go.
I see.
Yep, the show must go on. And, well, looks like the show is going to be going on. So the judges have made a decision, and the winner of this battle is going to be Vilius, and we are going to have one of the judges joining in to explain the call. So congratulations to Vilius for moving on, and Brandon, thank you for participating. Maybe going to hear you a bit commentating as well.
Yeah, probably. Let's see. Hello?
Hey guys, good evening. Tough decisions in the very start of qualifying, but we gave Brandon a technical loss because he had issues with the internet, and in this case, as sim racing is the same like real racing, it's a technical motorsport. And not only your sim is important, but also your internet connection. And in this case, sadly, Brandon had internet glitches, which was not Vilius' issue, and we cannot ensure that in next drives there won't be any contacts or something like that caused by these internet issues. So Vilius gets the win because of Brandon's technical loss.
Thank you very much for the insight, and there we go. Yeah, as I was getting to it a bit later on during that little break that we had there in between yeah, was touching up on that as well, because, you know, you do have to be ready, right? The show must go on, exactly as I mentioned, right before the judge joined.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you, of course, Brandon, for participating, but sucks to see you go out that way. So yeah, our first top 16 battle is already set in stone. It's going to be Juan Jorges versus Vilius. And there we go. Up next, of course, coming up we have
Armands Vestmanis going up against Danielis Soltsiakas. That's going to be a fun one to watch as well. Armands, as we all know, can put up a heater of a run both in the lead and in the chase. And Danielis is no mean fiend to go up against as well. So let's see how they do in their top 32 battle. Armands qualifying only 8th this time around, so maybe some issues on the track, but they're already off with a massive flick initiation is Armands, and Daniel is keeping a little bit of a gap between them right there. Now Armands filling the zones very nicely. Now Daniel is reels him back a little bit, gains some ground up as they go through outer zone number 5 now, coming up to the big sweeper, going for the inside clip, and a bigger gap between them again. Daniel is a little bit off the line right there as Armands keeps on going on his perfect lead run as it is at the moment. Daniel gains some proximity back towards the end of the track as they go through the last outer zone and across the finish line. So nice from both drivers. Some quite visible mistakes from Danielis in few parts of the track, but overall a solid chase as well. Just needs to get a little bit closer, because as you know, Armands in the chase position, that's exactly what he's going to be doing. He's going to be eating your doors, so that you know you have to do that against him to have a chance to win.
I mean, just look at that lead by Armands as well. That was a very good job from Armands in the lead. That looked, I mean, just as good, maybe even better than one of his qualifying runs, hitting all the zones, getting all the way outside to all of those zones right there as well, and of course for the inside clip. So yeah, good job by Armands in the lead, setting up nice, good, clean lead for Danielis, who was in the chase. But let's see if Daniel is going to be doing just the same now as well. As off the line we go. Second run, Daniels in the lead, Armands in the chase, and here we go into the first touch and go. Good job by Daniels getting out of that zone as well, towards the middle of outside zone 2 right now, transitioning to outside zone 3. Very nice and solid, nice and wide line, and Armands staying right there in that pocket as well. Now giving some more space to transition into outside zone 5, and now getting right on the door, but looks like an error right there. Couldn't really see what exactly happened, but a straightening out from the lead driver and from the chase driver as well. So Armands might have gotten a bit too close there. We're gonna have to see the replay for that one. But oh man, what a run right here. Oh, and look at that, ending off the run very close as well on the last outside zone 11 as well. But yeah, I think the whole run here is decided by that outside zone.
What happened there?
Outside zones 5 and 6, right?
Yeah, I have no idea what happened there.
So
Whose fault is
wait
it
and
even?
see. Was it just Armands going too aggressive with the chase? Alright, let's check it out. And
It looked like Daniel is over-angled and lost a lot of speed.
Honestly, from our point of view, it could have been either, you know.
Yeah,
so this
really
time,
hard to tell.
I'm definitely gonna hold off on making a call there, you know, because honestly, I could not tell. It could have been Daniels being on a bit too much angle. It could have also been Armands just not anticipating him to put on just that a little bit more angle, you know, for that outside, well, for that inside clip there.
For a situation like
There
this,
we go, we have a decision already. So slide them left for Armands, slide them right for Danielis, and moving on this one, it's gonna be
one vote for Armands.
Armands for Armands. And 3 votes.
For
There we
Armands
go.
and 3 votes from Armands. And Armands moves on to our top 16. Unfortunate for Danielis, so it must have been him over-angling then in that case. We'll just assume. I guess we're not gonna bring judges in for every single call.
Yeah, might be a bit much, but yeah, it does seem that way. So, of course, thank you for participating, Daniels, and yeah, can't wait to see Armands in the top 16. So there we go.
And I can't wait to see the next battle, which is going to be Ian Johnson versus Geoffrey Marty. That's going to be a heater as well.
Yep, can't wait for that one. So Ian qualifying 9th, and John, sorry, I can't quite.
Geoffrey.
Geoffrey, okay, that name is very far from me, can't really see it. Oh, wait.
Is it the Byron?
Okay, we
It looks
have
like it's a
driver
Byron
going out
from
already.
Joffrey.
Yeah, looks like Ian maybe didn't make it. Oh, well, that sucks.
Yeah, really unfortunate. So Joffrey gets an automatic win in his battle. So moving up from the 24th qualifying position into top 16, up against Armand Svesman. So he has
Oh,
a
yeah.
tough battle in front of him anyways.
So
He
good
needs
to
to
get some
warm.
practice,
Yeah,
you know?
needs to warm it up. But laying down a heater of a run anyways, did you just see those 90-degree back-to-back
Oh, yeah.
transitions?
And there we go, look at that. In chat, Mark is saying that he's probably at work, so that sucks. Yeah. There we go. There's gonna be Joffrey moving on to the top 16. Alright, that's gonna be a tough one. And there we go, that's gonna be it for the first group already. So, for the top 16, we already have Juan Jorge's versus Vilius. Prisgintas, there we go.
Yeah.
Armand Svesman is versus Joffrey Marti. And of course, now we're going to be waiting for the next group to load in. And I have to get on the sim because I need to do some practice before my runs as well. So I'm going to be leaving you with Ed here.
Yeah, I'm gonna be casting this next one alone and the beginning of the next one as well, since my brother here has to prepare himself for his battle in the C group. Practice has been done, but still, it's never enough, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, look, right before you drive, you know, you have to freshen up, right?
Oh yeah, have to get the feel back in the hands.
Exactly. All right, so of course, good luck to our drivers in Group B, and I'll see you guys in a bit.
And it's done. The practice rig has been set up. The practicee is in the rig practicing. As we wait for the Group B drivers to load in and get their practice laps in, we're gonna have some good drivers in the Group B as well, some interesting battles. It's clicked in. Keyboard on. So, I already see Ritums Jakobsons in the list, Aivis Bambāns, Markus Milns, Nauris Muida, Arkadius Mirčnieks, Rolandas Miskauskas, Ed Edwards, and Declan Donnelly. We've seen a lot of these drivers put up some really good scores previously and actually get in the competition. So this is not the first time they go head to head. This is also now our voted officially the most enjoyable map, the most the most favorite map for the drivers of this season, based on a Discord poll done yesterday. So apparently drivers do like to go faster with these cars. I do think this was the fastest layout that we've had this season. Really like it myself. Chat himself, he says that work pays for drifting, and yeah, I can agree, that's fair. But I also agree with Daniels that work is temporary and drifting is for life. So you know you have to find a balance between those two statements there, because they're both true. See, we get practice. Well, since he's now done with his run, he's fallen out of competition. So maybe he's available to join and yap with me for a bit. And okay, let's continue with our competition with the Group B, and already on the line is Ritums Jakobsons in the lead, going up against Aivis Bambāns, who's going to be in the chase. A nice big flick, initiating into the touch and go, a little bit of a gap between them in outer zone 2, now going over for outer zone number 3, a little bit closer. Very good line and angle mimicking from Aivis there in the chase. Now already in outer zone 5, going for the big sweeper. A little bit of a gap, though it's not like Aivis is right on Ritums' doors, but he's still there in a comparatively good proximity position throughout all the track. Could be closer, but it is a good chase run nevertheless. But Ritums, at the same time, putting down a heater of a run. I didn't really see any corrections or mistakes or anything wrong with his lead run. Managed to fill all the zones perfectly, hit all the cones. Yeah, let's look at the replay. Let's focus on his run better than the chase run. Yeah, perfect from Ritums there in the lead. Textbook run. Not really that aggressive, but very smooth and very steady. Doesn't want to overcook or surprise his chase driver with some unexpected secret sauce. Just wants to have a nice, smooth lead run that is easy to chase. Good job from him. And now let's see them in the SWAT positions. What is Aivis going to bring us in the lead, and how close is Ritums going to bang his doors in the chase? Already initiating a little bit shallower from Aivis there. Ritums still on the doors, right from the initiation point, way closer in proximity to Aivis than he was in his chase position, and Aivis bangs the tire wall and sends himself off the track, and now they switched No, he's back in the lead position again. He went massively off track, but they're just going to finish the run out for fun. Of course, it still counts for Ritms, no, but he shuts it down as Ivis makes some more mistakes. And yeah, that was a bit interesting, because in this case probably the best idea for Ivis would be to not get in the way of Ritms Jakobssons anymore, since he still has to finish his run, because he can still do it. And the win goes to Ritms Jakobssons unanimously. Of course it does. Unfortunate for Ivis there in the chase, but it is what it is. That's how she goes sometimes. And next, Markus Milne. We're going up against Nauris Žmuida. Markus in the lead, Nauris in the chase. Both E36s, a little bit of a shallow initiation from Markus there. Going through outside zone 2 nicely though, and Nauris right on the doors. Since Markus is going a little bit slower, it's not really too hard for Nauris to keep good proximity, which he does all the way throughout outer zones 2, 3, 4 and 5 now. Already in the sweeper with some big angle, but really not a lot of speed from Markus there. Nauris still just glued to his door in the chase. A nice, very controlled lead here through the Manji section from Markus, now already across the inside clip, coming up to the last outside zone. Nauris in the perfect position, right in the pocket. Across the finish line they go, just side to side, rubbing rubber on the doors. Great run from both the drivers. A little bit on the slower side from Markus, so that's a little bit of a different driving style. Doesn't completely fill all the outside zones, but gets quite deep in all of them, not missing any single one of them in particular. And Nauris, of course, can put down the heater of a chase run if the lead driver is not driving at the fastest of paces. Then it leaves him plenty of opportunity to just throw some bigger angle and still stay in good proximity. Look at the mimic here from Nauris. Very well done. Let's see if this speed difference is going to be an issue in the chase for Markus, as we see Nauris already pulling away in the run-in and already a gap in the outer zone 2, which he reels back in a little bit before outer zone 3. Now gets a little bit closer, so that's now a chase on. Meanwhile, a perfect line from Nauris in the lead position, going through the big sweeper now, coming up to the inside clip. Markus with a tire on his door, going through the Manji section, throwing some big angles, also side by side, both of them. Looks like it's no issue for Markus to keep up with Nauris' lead run. He's found the best position, and also in the pocket across the finish line, 2 perfect runs from 2 really good drivers. I love watching that. Yeah, a little bit of a distance between them right there at the initiation. That's what Markus definitely could have done better in his chase, but it is what it is. Really interested to see what the judges are going to think about this. Probably it might go Nauris' way because of that initiation from Markus. That's the only big difference that I see between these runs. Other than that, it was really nice from both of them. Chad, what do you think? Who's going to win? I don't want to be the only one who guesses, come on. No idea. Yeah, really hard to tell. That's why I definitely don't envy the judges in a lot of these cases. You say Nauris. All you know is that you lose top 16. Who are you going up against? I already forgot. Yeah, watching this in the replay, and the judges are as well. E36 win, yeah, that's definitely top 1 in qualifying. So Juan, okay, yeah, that's not gonna be an easy battle. Good luck in that one. Anything can happen, you know, just focus on it, bring your best driving skills, and you have a shot. Yeah, Norris meets Zem Kapota. And it's 2 votes for Marcus and 1 vote for an OMT, so Marcus is going to take the win in this one. Interestingly enough, apparently there was something better in his runs than Nauris' runs. Congratulations to him for getting in the top 16 of the competition. He's going up against Ritums Jakobsons, so that's going to be a tough battle to win as well. Good luck you with that. It's going to be really nice to watch it. And next up, we're going to have Arkadiusz Śmieszniak going up against Rolandas Misauskas. Arkadiusz is going to be going in the lead, and Rolandas is going to go in the chase. It's a Poland versus Lithuania battle. And where is Rolandas? Yeah, there he is, pulling up to the line. Lights are going green, they're ready to go. This Matt Field inspired E36. Or RCP, I don't know. Really nice initiation and going deep into the touch and go and outside zone 2. Right on the line in outside zone 3 is Arkadiusz in the lead and Rolandas in the chase right on the doors. In all of the previous zones, keeping his front wheel to Arkadiusz's rear wheel. Now they're going in the Manji zone already. Both throwing some big angles. Rolandas still keeping very good proximity to Arkadiusz. Nice to see as they already go for the last outside zone. Oh, and it's a black screen. Must be some technical difficulties. Didn't see the last outside zone there, unfortunately. Something went wrong. Just a little jump scare, just to keep us alive. And alert. But yeah, look at this. Very nice line from Arkadiusz there in outside zones 3 and 4. Just right on the money, right on that outside line of the track. Perfectly done. Now here, big angle in the inside clip. In the Manji section, both of them just side to side throughout all of the track. Love to see that. Doesn't matter who placed where in the qualifier. They all just can chase everybody just perfectly. I just love to see that. Everybody's keeping the proximity up, and let's see them swapped around. Rolanda's going to be in the lead and Arkadiusz in the chase. Now another flick initiation, and really interesting from Arkadiusz in the chase. It looked like he almost bumpered, pushed him, but he didn't. And whoa, Rolandas goes way out the track in outer zone 3, and that is going to be a 0 for him in the lead, unfortunately. So if nothing crazy happens, then Arkadiusz is bound to win this race. I think I can call it already, as they're in the Manji section now, still going to complete the track, put some show up for us since this is the last race of the series. What better time than now, as they go through the last section and across the finish line. Let's see it in replay. Whose fault was that? Because it did clearly look like Rolandas just overcooked it a little bit. I don't think Arkadiusz pushed him or anything. Yeah, definitely. It's all on him. As we immediately already see the scorecard, it means that the judges have definitely decided. I guess the scores are a bit laggy, not coming in immediately today. It's a unanimous win for Arkadiusz, so congratulations to him. Unfortunate mistake in the chase position is what can easily eliminate you. No, not in the chase, in the lead position. So just 1, 2 wheels off and you're out. If your opponent doesn't do the same or worse, then that's all she wrote for you, unfortunately. And now we're coming up to our last battle in Group B. It's going to be Ed Edwards going up against Declan Donnelly, which is also going to be another interesting battle. We've seen both of them do really good runs in qualifyings before already. Ed is going to be starting in the lead and Declan's going to be in the chase. Another E36 versus E36 battle. Some massive angle from Ed right at the initiation going through outer zone 2. Declan loses some ground, tries to catch up in outer zone 3, takes a little bit of an inside line and finds his ground back, finds his way back to Ed's door. Now going through the big sweeper, he still keeps the proximity up there. Ed with a really nice lead line with some massive angle transitioning over into outer zones 8 and now 9. Now going for the inside clip 10. Declan still keeps it on his door. Great proximity, like a car's length between them for the last outside zone and across the finish line. Nice angle and line mimicked from Declan there in the chase, and some parts of the track he had great proximity as well. So overall, a pretty stable and pretty competitive chase run from Declan there. But Ed in the lead also crushed. I really love the simplistic livery design from him as well. I gotta say, I can't keep silent about that. Really good lead run there. No corrections anywhere, just going massively, aggressively through the track. Lovely runs from them. I just can't wait to see them swapped around. See what's going to happen when the roles are swapped. And Declan's going to be in the lead now, and Ed is going to give him chase. As the run in and flick initiation from Declan there. Edwards initiating a little bit shallower, but manages to find immediately the way to Declan's door. Is going through outer zone 3 already. Great proximity from Edwards. Perfect mimic of everything. Line, angle, style. Whatever Declan does, Ed can do better. And he sticks it to his doors, going through the inside clip for the Manji section. Extreme angle there in outer zone 8, but perfectly timed transitions for Ed. Lets him stay door to door throughout these transitions, and now for the last outside zone. Just perfect chase run from Ed, I would say there. That definitely must have put him up for this battle, I think. I'm not biased as an Ed myself. I just like the run, you know. This is one call that I think I would feel confident making, that this is his victory right here. At least it kind of feels like. Yeah, perfect here at the last zone. Just right in the pocket, exactly the same line and angle, and perfectly matched speed, so the gap between them stays just exactly the same throughout all of the zone. Very well done. No funny business, no poking around. And it's a unanimous victory for Ed Edwards, as I predicted already, so congratulations to our last driver from Group B to get into the top 16. And now we're going to have a group swap. We're going to switch over to Group C. Okay. And the drivers from Group C are already starting to come into the server and getting to the practice. I'm wondering if we're gonna see Mr. Stubbins show us how it's done after the race is over today. You know, maybe he can challenge our winner of the race to a tandem to actually decide it once and for all who is the actual best driver in the world. We did see Mr. Stubbins put on a 100-point qualifying run yesterday. Unfortunately, he got disqualified for something. I don't know, might have been a vac ban. It's very secretive up there in like those top scores of competition. It has to do about 100-point scored, and the FIA is involved, of course, and you know, no information ever leaks. All of that is absolutely true, and I did not make any of that up, of course. Where's my sarcasm sign? Okay, who we're gonna have in Group C? We're gonna have Andris Kleinbergs going up against Maciej Filinski. We're gonna have Benas Jonotis going up against Ulrichs Redmanis, then Luis Trevino going up against Rainer Vasiljev, and then to bottom the group out, we're gonna have Matti Slots is going up against Iskander Mursalov. So pretty stacked group, a lot of really good drivers. Gonna be really fun to watch this one. First, everybody keep your fingers crossed for my brother, who is going to be in the second battle of this. He scored a nice 69 yesterday in the qualifying. Definitely going for the actual win of the whole event with a score like that. What are you doing, chat, today? Of course, don't forget to follow all the socials. All the links that you need are in the description. You can also join the server and get a download of these tracks and these cars and try them out yourselves. Join our practice servers and get some doors in yourselves. Now it is so pissed. How so? Okay, and it looks like drivers have been called to the pits, so we're gonna start with the first battle of Group C. Let's see. That is going to be Andris Kleinbergs going up against Maciej Filinski. So that is going to be a very good run. Can't wait to see that. Andris is going to be in the lead, if I remember correctly. Technical difficulties since nothing is switching in the main cameras. Unfortunate for Nauris there, you know. That is definitely not what you want to do for a competition. You have to just take care of yourself, make sure that your qualifying and competition days are going to be nice. So, both the drivers are already here at the starting line. Let's see, Andris in the lead and Maciej in the chase. The lights are going green, and greener than Maciej is BMW, and another E36 versus E36 battle, and whoa, Maciej goes far off in the first outside zone and hits the wall and completely totals his chase run as Andris continues his lead run. Doesn't really have to fight for anything. He can just get a perfect solo run for this, as we see him do, going for the sweeper for the inside clip, just exactly the same angle, carrying it throughout all of the track. No big corrections, no corrections at all. just setting the angle and forgetting it, coming through the last outside zone, completely filling it, tire to the outside line. Unfortunate for Mesier, what happened there? I guess he initiated a little bit late and then didn't get off throttle, so he went off track and just heavily hit the wall there. You don't really see that often. Really unfortunate there. And we see that Andres is carrying some grass with him as well. Andres, you're gonna have to put it back where you took it from when you disconnect from the server. Don't forget about that. No stealing grass. Okay, but let's see if Mesier can put up a nice lead run for us anyways. They're off already, off the lights. Nice conservative initiation from Mesier there. A little bit of a correction there from Andres in the chase. Maybe not really used to that speed, but Mesier is doing great in the lead position at the moment, going a little bit slower there, now coming up to the outer zone 5. But Andres keeping the proximity right there. He did not really have to be that aggressive. He could just be safe in the chase, but he just can't. The only way he can chase is right on the door of the lead driver, and that's exactly what he does. Really nice to see Mesier putting up a really solid lead run, so we can see that he is a capable driver. It's just that something went wrong in his chase run. Yeah, that is really unfortunate. Would love to have seen him complete his chase run as well, because we've just seen that he's a capable driver. Definitely could put up a heater of a chase if it didn't go all wrong in the first zone right after initiation. And of course, Andres, needless to say, puts up a perfect chase, sticks it right to the door of Mesier throughout all of the track, completely, perfectly mimicking the line, the angle, putting up some great style, not afraid to crash at all. He's been there, he's done that, he's driven 1,000 cars, 1,000 times on any track that you could think of. Just being perfect with it. I think at this point it's just a formality to slide them to the left for Andres Kleinbergs, as we do. Welcome to the top 16. Unfortunate for Mesier there, so as we say in DKRTR, there's always next year, and at the moment that's actually not funny, because that is how it is. Because it's the last race of the season. So better luck in the next one if you have fallen out of competition already. And up next, who do we have up next? Oh, I see. We have Benas Jonetis going up against Ulrichs Redmanis, my own brother. Benas is going to be in the lead and Ulrichs is going to be in the chase. Benas from Team NKTK. Already they're off the line, an E36 versus an E46 action. A little bit of a gap between them at the initiation, perfect from Jonetis, but Ulrichs finds the way to gain all of the ground back, going through outside zone 2, now going through outside zone 3, a little bit shallower from Ulrichs, but keeps the proximity there instead of the wide angle. Now Benas going very nice and wide through the sweeper, while Ulrichs lost a little bit of ground, not as close to the door as we would like to see. Now in the Manji section, big angle from Ulrichs there in the chase. Benas keeps it very smooth, and whoa, what happened there? A little bit off the line from Ulrichs and makes contact with Benas. And fortunately it doesn't throw Benas off the line so he can finish his run. But it does look like this might be an incomplete chase run from Ulrichs there. Really unfortunate there. Really interested what happened there. Can't wait to get him back in a seat to get some first explanation. No, he is not GG. He is red. So let's see what happened here in the chase. So some big angle here in the Manjis. Nice transition. And here he just goes for the inside line, so he goes way off the needed line, goes way to the inside, basically wrecking balls him right in the door. Unfortunate for Ulrichs. Let's see if he can put up a decent lead run at least, as they're already off going for a flick initiation, and Benas keeping a safe distance from Ulrichs as he goes through outside zone 2, already really smooth, a lot of angle. Outside zone 3 as well, right on the edge of the track. Same with outside zone 4. Oh, I love to see what he's doing in the lead. A little bit, maybe a tire off in outside zone 5, going for the sweeper. Big angle, but Benas right there on the door is matching it all perfectly. Really nice to see in the Manji section, 90 degree to a 90 degree transition side by side, going for the inside clip before the last outside zone, as a little bit of a gap develops between them, but Benas reels it back in again towards the end of the zone and across the finish line. Nice lead run from Ulrichs. We can see that he's also a very capable driver, at least in the lead. So maybe it was the speed difference of the setups that threw him off in the chase. I don't know. I can only guess at this point. He says that he is just bad, but I don't think that is the case. It might have been the nerves as well. Overall, a really solid lead run from you, though. I really like what I've seen there. Might be, yeah. You even found some ground somewhere, so you managed to take off at points. Well done. And as we see the scorecard, let's see, slide them left for Benas, slide them right for Ulrichs, and it's 2 votes for Benas, so that's already a victory for him. Let's see if it's unanimous. And it is unanimous, so good luck in the top 16 for Benas. Unfortunate for Ulrichs, that's the end of the season for you. But luckily you can get back in the commentator's seat and replace me, because I do have to get going with my practice now, because my group starts in like 2 battles.
Yep, replace the Steam ID as well, but
yes,
on the second seat, please. So yeah, there we go. That's it for me. Thank you for the battle, Benas. That was fun. Unfortunately, yeah, I really messed up in my chase run. That was just nerves and just not being good enough. But right now, though, Luis versus Rainer coming up from Spain and Estonia, already initiating into the first outside touch and go right there from Luis in the lead. Great job filling out the second outside zone as well. And Rainer right there in the chase, staying close and keeping pretty much the same angle now, giving up a bit of that proximity to keep the angle and the line, going into outside zones 4 and now with a big sweeper through outside zone 5, inside clip 6, and now outside zone 7. Time for the Manjis. Great job by both of the drivers. And now transitioning a bit later in the chase position is Rainer, but still staying right there in that pocket. Great job on that as well. And there we go. That's going to be it for the first lap. Right here on the wall in the lead is Luis and Rainer following right there. So good job from both drivers. Not bad at all. Of course, seeing some corrections, a little bit wavering there in the chase, but that is to be expected. Still staying very close. Very close is Rainer there as well. Hey, thanks, appreciate it. It was actually my first tandem ever, by the way, like in comp. So yeah, that was fun. But yeah, right now looking at this replay, I mean, this is looking good. This is looking really nice and close right here. So I hope we're going to be seeing something similar in the second run as well. And yeah, look at that. Great transitions here through the Manjis, staying on the very edge of the course. I mean, yeah, not really much else to say. Just great job. Great job by both the drivers. So now Luis staying a bit further back for the second run. All right, let's get this one started and let's see if he can manage to get on the door of Rainer Vasiljev from Estonia. Hitting the outside clip first one, now outside zone 2. Good job there by Luis as well in the chase, and washing out a bit, maybe 1 or 2 wheels off. Now going through outside zones 3 and 4, but still he gets right back into the zone once again, now through the big sweeper, staying nice and consistent distance from the lead driver, not quite on the door, but still very nice and solid driving in the chase as well. And look at that, Rainer in the lead, a lot of angle through those Manjis. Great job, good aggression from him as well. Now for the last outside zone 11, keeping it right on the edge is Rainer. Great job in the lead. And I think from Luis, I think we might have seen a few more mistakes in the chase maybe, but you know, that's here and there. This is a very long track, very long, and well, I would say difficult track to not mess up at all. So a few mistakes here and there from both of our drivers. Let's see what the judges are gonna be saying about those 2 wheels off or 1 wheel off from Luis. You know, couldn't quite see which it was from our angle, but of course we'll get that info very soon as well. There we go, nice clean chase to follow it up. Yeah, unfortunately on the first run that I had, couldn't get that clean chase in. Having a bit of trouble still with the chases, you know, still trying to get there. Really respect to all the drivers out here who can just stick it on the other car's door and just stay there the whole time, you know, that is very difficult to do. There we go, judges still deciding. Another E36 on E36 battle. I feel like we're seeing a lot of E36s early on in this top 32, so I do believe there's going to be some more E46s coming up later. Of course, with these two cars, you know, they do have some slight differences. I mean, I wouldn't say that there's like a big advantage from one over to the other car, you know. We've seen winners with both chassis, but I do think that when both the drivers are driving the same chassis, it's still like there is those small details, you know, that really helps them dial it in and make the runs look smoother as well. Because I mean, just look at this, you know, beautiful job by both of the drivers. Look at that. Yeah, transitioning at almost the same time. Very, very good timing on the transitions as well, to stay in there in the zone. Yeah, and I think the end of the lap was pretty much the same from both of the drivers there. So I get you. Yeah, technicalities are the worst way to get out of a comp, you know? That really sucks. So far, at least, not really seeing too many technical issues. Luckily, you know, yesterday we did have some interesting stuff happening to our drivers, you know. We had the 150 horsepower run, we had some unfortunate lag spikes, so yeah, also got some people experiencing some unfortunate technical difficulties. But right now though, for this battle, everything went nice and smooth, and well, looks like the judges are having a really hard time deciding who the winner of this one's gonna be. It was close. There we go, got someone in chat saying it's gonna be going towards Reiner. And I mean, I gotta be honest, I could see this one going both ways. The tire drop, like, I think that decides everything. I think just that's all that, like, that's the biggest mistake of this whole run, from what I could see at least. So what did I miss while I was gone, chat? Did we have some good battles? I did watch a little bit, but just a bit. I'm gonna have to go and rewatch those later, of course. Actually, while we're waiting, no, Ed took the mouse. I can't even check the standings right now. Oh well. We'll check that in a bit then. But still, as you can see, judges still trying to decide on the outcome of this one. Yeah. Very, very close. I mean, hey, you know, we could always just go one more time, man. We could always just go one more time. Let him try again, right? It was very close. And there we go. Looks like we have a decision. So slide them left for Louis, slide them right for Reiner. Who's going to be winning this one? Or are we going one more time, maybe? Let's see what the judges have for us. And there we go, a completely split decision. So Armand's voting for Reiner, Daniel's for one more time, and Edgar's voting for Louis right there. A complete split decision, so that's going to be a one more time. All right, that's the first time I've seen it happen here. There we go, not bad at all. Good job to both of the drivers. I hope to see some more of the same in that one more time as well. Nice. Well, I haven't seen that happen, or at least I don't remember it happen. Well, in this comp, you know, I don't think it has happened here yet. Okay, so Ed is telling me that he thinks he's seen it in this comp, so maybe my memory is just failing me here. Oh, but there we go. That's going to be the one more time. Louis versus Reiner. Louis is going to be leading first. Reiner's going to be in the chase, initiating already into the first outside touch and go right there, the clip, and outside zone 2 now, hitting both of those zones in the lead. And in the chase, staying a bit further back is Reiner this time, so not quite getting in that pocket as early as he did in the last run, but let's see what he can do in this long sweeper. Has some more time to settle in, get that angle set properly in that proximity as well, but he just cannot seem to catch up on this one. Just staying further back a bit later on the transition as well. And now for the outside zone 9, the slowdown here for the inside, the touch and go. And yeah, well, towards the end he did manage to catch up, but not seeing the same amount of proximity as on the first run right here as well. So from what I can see, if Lewis provides the same type of run that he did in the last run, I do believe he will have an advantage on this one. Yeah, see, Reiner getting some more bobbles there, some more corrections. Not as smooth as we saw before. Oh, yeah, I missed that in the chat. Yeah, we had somebody asking if Ian Johnson got to drive yet, but yeah, unfortunately, work got in the way. So yeah, well, either way, right now though, second run Reiner versus Luis, Estonia versus Spain, and let's see what we got in store for us right now. Initiating into the first outside clip, I do think he hit that, but he is straightening out and going into the wall. In the lead is Reiner. What happened there? That looked very weird. Was that? I really hope it wasn't a technical issue once again, but that looked very, very awkward. Either way, moving on with the run, still keeping it nice and smooth. Now after that, putting on a show for all of us watching today. I mean, look at that. Very smooth and very nice, but ooh, another wall tap from Reiner in the lead. So yeah, this second run really not looking quite the same as the first run that we had from Reiner. Unfortunate there on the first one, making some issues and then, well, making some mistakes, sorry. And on this second one, yeah, that straighten right there, did he just wash out? It could be nerves, yeah, it definitely could be nerves. Because I mean, on the first one, he was driving pretty smooth, but here, yeah, you could definitely see that he wasn't really at 100%. But hey, I mean, still, you know, getting to that one more time, that was a good job on the first run. So yeah. And to be honest, even after straightening out on that first one, got back into it right away as well. Managed to pull it together for a bit there. But yeah, that is just how it goes sometimes. And well, that is why we have these one more times. So yeah, I do think this one's gonna decide it. And yeah, looks like it will. Judges have made their choice. So some left for Luis, right for Reiner. And it is going to be Luis Trevino. 1 vote, 2 votes, 3 votes for Luis. Moving on to the top 16, so congratulations. And a good battle there, of course. That first one looking very close. Was nice to see a one more time with a completely split decision from the judges. So yeah, thank you to both our drivers. That was very nice. Of course, moving on though, looks like we do have our next drivers going up to the start line already. And that's going to be Mati Slācis versus Iskander Mursalov. So there we go, one of our Latvian racing team Riga drivers versus Garage 55 from Estonia already in the lead. Mati's first initiating, hitting the touch and go on the outside right there, and beautiful job in outside zone 2 as well. And Iskander in the chase, keeping it nice and smooth, was a bit further back on that transition, but then gets right in the pocket immediately as soon as they both go on angle. So very aggressively surging forwards to get the proximity. Right here you can see that as well, loosening up a bit on that angle, not angling up as much just to get that proximity. Now for the Manjis, great job by Matis in the lead, hitting all of the zones there as well. And what a run this one is. Great job by both drivers. Look at that, Iskander once again just surging in on Matis in that chase. What a run, what a run. So I feel like in this one, Iskander's car just looks way faster, the way he can manage to surge up. Now, he does go off of angle a bit to do that, but still, great management of that throttle and of the angle to try and stay in the zone. Now, of course, unfortunately, not staying next door basically to him the whole time. But yeah, those surges, that is something you don't really see that much, I would say, in this street class, because all the cars are so evenly matched. So yeah, great job by Matis there, of course. I mean, that lead, yeah, that's, I gotta say, that's like at the very least an 80-point run or something. So let's see what Matis can do in the chase here, if he can get on the doors of Iskander as well. And let's go. Off the line we go, into the first outside clip. Hitting that one, and a bit wide, tapping the wall is Iskander in the lead, but still getting right back into it. Right on the edge of the wall in the lead is Iskander, but look at Matis right into the pocket, staying right there and transitioning him even a bit early, maybe impeding the transition a bit there. Couldn't quite see that. Either way, let's move on. Look at that proximity. So staying quite close, even with what happened in the first run there, and wow, look at the proximity on those transitions. I think that was just front bumper to rear bumper right there, and now surging up in the end as well in outside zone 11 is Matis, making some contact over the finish line, and great runs by both of our drivers. Now unfortunately here, let's see what happened. Yeah, it just seems like Iskander washed out a bit wide. He did hit the wall, but he did pull it back together right away. So great save by Iskander. I don't think that's going to be a 0 out from that. I do think it's going to be a bit of a deduction there, but I mean, still good job keeping it together. And yeah, well done by both the drivers. Matis in the chase, also, you know, staying nice and consistent there with the proximity and with the angle. Great mimicking right here. And then towards the end, just diving right into that door. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, with some contact there at the end. So I'm gonna wait for a call from our judges. Deliberate for a bit, and the deliberation has ended. The call is in. Matis Slācis or Iskander Mursalov. Moving on to top 16, it is going to be Matis Slācis. 2 votes. Let's wait for the third vote as well. Third vote going for Iskander. So there we go. Not a unanimous vote on this one. 2 votes going towards Matis, 1 for Iskander. Yeah. So thank you to Iskander for participating. Congratulations. Matis, of course, can't wait to see you in that top 16. All right, let me have a sip of water. And there we go. That is going to be that group done as well, with Matis Slācis moving on to the top 16. So we're going to have our last group going into the server in just a bit. So moving on to the top 16, from this group, it's going to be Andris Kleinbergs versus Benas Jonotis. So great battle coming up right there. Andris, one of our very own RT Riga drivers, and Benas, 12 years old, and he drifts in real life as well, not just only on the sim. Am I jealous? Yes. Then on the other side, well, on the other side of the same side of the bracket, it's going to be Lewis versus Matis, 7th versus 10th qualifier. So very high up in the qualifying. Of course, both these drivers, we've seen them in the top 16s, in the top 32s, in the battles before, you know, very good drivers. Cannot wait to see what's going to be happening there. Yeah, he drives a turbo with 500 horsepower. Exactly, that is just wild. At 12 years old, I mean, that is so cool. That is so cool. But yeah, right now, of course, already we got the next group in the server already, getting some laps in. So for this group coming up, we're going to have Mark O'Rourke versus Daniel Dolganovs. Then it's going to be Nikhil Vadekar versus Daniel Kvasha, Bartosz Gorgon versus Xavier Mayer. And in the last battle, it's going to be Kirill Koptelets versus Edwards Red. That's my own brother Ed, who's practicing right now as well. So yeah, in just a bit we're going to be seeing those drivers getting on the track and battling it out. But yeah, as you can see in chat, of course, don't forget to like the stream, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, check out the Discord, check out all the socials as well. Got a few episodes of the drift build for the street class as well up on the YouTube. Unfortunately, that is going to be on pause for a while, because of an unfortunate incident that happened with the mechanic Ivarinch. So yeah, about that as well, of course. To remind you all, if you can help out, please do. You can check some info about that on the Discord as well. Really unfortunate what happened, of course. Hope to see him once again soon, back in the shop as well, you know. And hope he's gonna get better soon. So yeah. Oh, let's see. We got some more comments in the chat as well. He'll be doing IDS Pro 2 over in the next season. Ooh, all right. I mean, that sounds very exciting. Good luck to you, man. And do we have our first drivers getting on the line already? No, we don't. We just have... Right, yeah. Ed is the last one. I just saw somebody getting on the line, and I saw the camera switch to that, so I thought something was happening. Come on, Ed, go. There we go. Oh, and what I said before, by the way, we just saw 2 E46s. Maybe we're going to be seeing some more of those in this group. Let's see, what was that? That was an E36 as well there. Yeah, good luck to you, Ian. And there we go, supporting the teammates as well. But yeah, man, drifting in real life, I mean, just trying to like actually compete in rounds and all that, that is just so expensive. So, you know, to anybody who actually does go out there and just hustle whatever, like do whatever they can to get out there, you know, respect to all those drivers. Me, myself, and my brother, you know, we're slowly trying to get into drifting, but yeah, so do we got any other real-life drivers in here as well? Do we have some people who compete in real life, or maybe just drive for fun? Like, I personally am trying to get my car slowly dialed in, you know, just so that I can go to some fun track days, you know, just enjoy some drifting in real life as well. Would love to try competing one day, but yeah, I mean, driving for fun is way cheaper than trying to compete. Yeah, there we go. So we got a driver who drives for fun. Ooh, did a whole... One round is around 800 or more euro. Yeah, it is expensive. That's for like street, isn't it? Oh, there we go. First drivers are on the starting line already. All right, Mark O'Rourke versus Daniels Dolganovs, and off the line we go. Ireland versus Latvia battle right here. Initiating into the first touch and go right there. Great job by Mark in the lead. Daniels in the chase, leaving just a bit of space there between both of them, but still staying quite close, and now just cutting some of that line to get more proximity and making now into outside zones 5 into the touch and go here. Great job by Mark, great angle, great line, and yeah, Daniels in the chase, managing to mimic the transition timings and mimic the line for almost all of the track here as well, so not bad at all. Now here on through the inside clip, and ooh, Daniels choking up a bit there towards the last outside zone, can't quite find that pocket of Mark right there, can't quite find the door. So yeah, great job, amazing job in the lead by Mark, I would say. Some unfortunate mistakes there by Daniels in the chase. Now here at the start, he did leave some more space in between, you know, but then later on, yeah, unfortunately, once he did get a bit too close, he did get choked up. So it does seem like something maybe a bit similar to what I had happen in my run as well in a few spots. So yeah, unfortunate, but still, of course, another run coming up. Anything could happen, so let's wait and see. There we go. Yeah, see there at the end, I just checked up right there. Yeah. All right, getting ready for the second run. It's going to be Daniels in the lead, Mark in the chase, leaving a bit of a gap there on this one. Let's see, waiting for that semaphore to go off. And let's go. So Daniels in the lead, Mark in the chase. E36 versus E46 right now, initiating into the first zone, missing that touch and go by just a bit, but still making it out to the outside zone very nicely there in the lead by Daniels. Mark leaving just a bit of room there in the chase, but now look at that, getting right into that door after he fully sets into that angle as well through outside zones 4 and 5 now, into that big sweeper. Great job by both of the drivers. Daniels looking way smoother in the lead chase, and Mark staying right on that door. And oh, very aggressive transition, big angle for Daniels right there. Looks like too much angle, and that's gonna be 2 wheels off. So what happened there? That did look like a very aggressive transition there by Mark. So from this angle, if there was any impeding, we will not be able to see that whatsoever, but of course judges will be able to see that, and we're gonna look at the replay. So yeah, I'm gonna have to see what happened there. That was very close. I mean, look at that lead though by Daniels. Great job in the lead. A bit shallow there on that outside zone 4, but overall, I mean, looking very smooth and nice right there. So let's see, what did we have here? So transitioning now, and to me that looks independent. Yeah, I don't really see any contact there, but of course from this angle, you know, might be a bit deceiving. So yeah. Oh, well, there we go. Ed just said that he's watching in third person. He didn't see any contact. And do the judges agree with him? Left for Mark, right for Daniels. Which way are we going to go? Yep, it is Mark winning this one. Going to be moving on to the top 16. Congratulations to you, Mark. Daniels, thank you for participating. And of course, unfortunately, that you had to go out in the top 32, but hope to see you up next in some other rounds as well. All right, up next on the line, looks like we got our drivers moving on, getting ready to get there. Let's see, what did I miss in the chat? That was in street, yeah. Ooh, you came back to drifting after a 10-year pause. Wow. Oh, and looks like it's gonna be a Byron. All right, well, off the line goes Nikhil Vadakar with that E46. I like that livery. I like how the numbers and the angles on the side look. I don't know, for some reason I really like this one. So yeah, congratulations, Daniel. Got to be moving on to the top 16. Unfortunately, Nikhil not participating on this one, but yeah, let's just wait and see this nice lead run. I mean, great job by Daniel, getting some more practice. Ooh, right on that wall. I'm just checking now the third person view that my brother is looking at, and great job on the inside clip as well. Yeah, this is solid right now by Daniel Kwasha. Not bad. There's the win, going to Daniel Kwasha. Congratulations, moving on to the top 16. All right. Yeah, good stuff. So let's see, from Vilius in the chat, if you don't compete, there's kind of no point in having a drift car unless you drift in the streets. Well, I mean, here in Latvia we do have Slapjā Ragana track, so you know, that's a thing. You can drive there. They have public days quite often. I mean, last month they had a public day every week, you know, so if you wanted to go, you could go. It's just $50 to get on track as well, you know, so it's very cheap. But right now, next battle up is Bartosz Gorgon versus Xavier Mayer. And off the line we go. Yet again, E36 versus E36 battle. Initiating now into the first touch and go right there. Good job in the lead by Bartosz, hitting that one. Now outside zone 2 as well. Filling that out completely. Xavier in the chase. Great job. Good proximity. Mimicking the angle. Maybe just a bit less angle and just a bit shallower on the line. But still staying very close and very consistent above all else. Right now in the chase is Xavier. Now making it over to the Manjis. Let's see some nice and aggressive transitions. Beautiful job by Bartosz, and look at that, Xavier right there in the chase. Exactly the same amount of angle as well. Not bad at all. Let's see, can he catch up on this outside zone 11? Yes, he can. Great job by both the drivers on the first run. That was beautiful. That was very nice. Looking very consistent in that chase as well from Xavier. So yeah, Bartosz here transitioning into outside zone 3 on the very edge of the track. I mean, not too many errors on this one. Overall, I would say, if I had to nitpick a bit, you know, from Xavier in the chase, he was a bit shallower on the line. So if that's one thing that Bartosz can manage to improve and do better on, that might make or break this whole battle. So that, of course, is going to be coming up in just a bit, though, in that second run. There we go, across the line they go in the replay, and on the line they are once again. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Xavier and Bartosz, Spain versus Poland, E36 on E36 action, initiating into the first touch and go. Unfortunately didn't quite hit that, but now getting out to outside zone 2 fully is Xavier in the lead, and Bartosz in the chase, leaving a big gap through to outside zones 2 and 3, but still managing to catch up a bit more now through outside zone 4, transitioning into 5. And looks like he's almost fully into that pocket, or not quite. Still trying to catch up in that chase, not managing to get as far into the pocket as I feel like Xavier was on the previous run, but still managing to mimic the angle pretty well. And there we go, over inside clip 10, and now outside zone 11. Ooh, good job by Bartosz there in the chase at the end, though, staying on that door throughout that whole outside zone. So not bad at all. Good driving from both the drivers. Unfortunately here from Bartosz, yeah, leaving a bit of a gap, which, yeah, not quite what we would want to see on that one. But in the lead, Xavier hitting the zones, doing a great job there as well. Look at that, on the edge of the track. More towards the middle here on this one, you know, so could be maybe just a bit wider there as well, but I think that was fine as well. That wasn't too bad. Yeah, great job about the drivers. A close one, a close one. But I do believe this is going to be slightly favoring Xavier. Rainer had a lag spike. Oh, unfortunate. Yeah. Well, there we go. At least we got some info now from one of the drivers as well. So yeah, there we go. Both the drivers on the judging area, waiting for the results. A lot of E36s. I think one of the drivers might be a bit biased. Never mind. See, okay, no, not biased whatsoever. Where is he? Alright, Bartosz, what do you think? Blink him left or blink him right? He's doing both. He wants a one more time. I agree. Taking another look at the replay. Judge is still thinking. Yeah, but I don't know about that. Like, I don't think there's really that much of a difference. Like we've had before E46s win the event as well, you know. Oh, there we go. Looks like we have a result. So it's going to be Bartosz or Xavier moving on to the top 16, and the judge's decision is one more time. There we go. That's going to be one vote for Bartosz, 2 votes for one more time. So it's going to be Bartosz Gorgon and Xavier Mayer going one more time. There we go. That's what I like to see. That was a close one. So yeah, see, from my point of view, I thought there was a slight advantage towards one of the drivers, but I am glad to see a one more time happening here. We do have some more people saying that the E36 is a bit faster. You see, for me though, if I chose the car a bit later, I would have gone for the E36, but that only because of the fact that I managed to somehow buy myself an E36 after already signing up, you know. Anyways, up on the start line for the one more time. All right, let's see what we get on this next one. Let's see, it's going to be Bartosz in the lead, Xavier in the chase, and off the line we go. All right, initiating with a flick, now hitting the touch and go in the lead. Great job there by Bartosz. Xavier in the chase, maybe a bit shallow on that entry there, but getting right back into that pocket. Good job from both drivers in through outside zones 3 and 4, maybe a bit far in the lead by Bartosz, but pulling right back in on the track. And look at that, very nice and smooth throughout the inside clip, now into outside zone 7 and 8. Good transitions. And now slowing down a bit through outside zone 9. A lot of angle added on by both of the drivers. Great mimicking in the chase by Xavier in terms of the angle, and now diving in the last outside zone. Good job on the first run by both the drivers. Not bad at all. I mean, great run. And well, I gotta be honest with you, you know, if we compare this to the last battle, if we're going to be seeing something similar on this one, this might be a tough one to call as well. These guys are putting up very similar runs, I would say. So very consistent. Exactly what we like to see. There we go. Ian Johnson saying that E36 in standard is faster, but E46 with the right setup can match it. Okay, I see. Both cars have slight advantages depending on the track. Yeah. Fair, yeah. That's a fair point, but already now for the second run. This time it's going to be Xavier in the lead, Bartosz in the chase, and let's go for another good one. Initiating there, missing that outside clip just a bit, but making it to outside zone 2 right now, and outside zone 3 as well. More towards the middle is of the zone is Xavier in the lead. Yeah, for this outside zone 4 as well, not getting in as deep into the zones, I feel like, as Bartosz was on his lead, but look at Bartosz right there in the chase also, keeping it nice and consistent, not really diving in too far in any of these transitions here, but keeping a nice and consistent proximity. And there we go for outside zone 9 into that inside clip 10, diving in a bit more, and outside zone 11 getting even closer to the door of Xavier as well. Good job by both the drivers. Yeah, another great run, another great run. That was some good stuff. So yeah, at the start here you could see maybe Xavier wasn't as deep into some of those zones. That might be something that makes a difference here in this one, but I mean, overall, very well done, very well done. Thank you for the kind words, Lucas. I'm sure everybody here appreciates it. Of course, good luck to all our drivers. Hope to see nothing but the best out here. I mean, just look at these battles, you know. Both the first one and this one more time. So close. And looks like the judges have made a choice though. And that's going to be 2 votes for Bartosz Gorgon. So that's going to be Bartosz Gorgon moving on to the top 16. Congratulations to you on the win. Xavier, thank you of course for participating. Still waiting on that 3rd vote. Alright, well, we had 2 votes already, so that's going to be it for that one. So GG's. And there we go. Great battles. And very nice one more time. Really close, really close. I was hoping for another one, gotta be honest with you. But up next, the drivers going up to the line right now. I already know one of them, it's Ed. And who was Ed going up against on the first one? I see it's a white and pink E36. I wish I wasn't as bad with the names and could place the car to the driver immediately. But we're going to be seeing that in just a second. Yeah, don't have access to the mouse, so I can't check the bracket either. Oh, there we go. Kirill Koptelets from Ukraine, Team Side Attack, going up against Edwards Redman is racing Team Riga, our very own, representing Latvia right here in the chase to start things off. Kirill in the lead. So let's see the first battle that Ed is participating in DKRTR as well. 3, 2, 1, and off the line we go. Gonna be Kirill in the lead, Ed in the chase, and a bit of a flick initiation, making it out into that outside clip from Kirill, but Ed leaving a huge gap there in the start, cannot manage to catch up unfortunately. But look at that, Kirill in the lead, nice and smooth into the zones. Ed cutting the line there a bit. Yeah, something went wrong, you know. I wonder if it was the nerves or what exactly, but I mean, Kirill just making it through the track unfazed, unbothered. He's in the zone, and not just the outside zones. I mean, look at that run, great job in the lead. Unfortunate from Ed in the chase. Hey, managing to catch up here towards the end, but yeah, just Kirill ran away from the very start. So let's see what happened here. Ed seems maybe a bit late on the initiation, so it looks like that caught him off guard immediately already, and he just could not make up the difference. And here as well, yeah, just adding on too much angle. Unfortunate in that chase, but hey, still got that lead coming up. Anything could happen. He did finish the lap. I don't think he straightened out. I hope not. But we'll see what the second run is gonna have in store for us. There we go. Oh, forgot what the word there was. Anyways, second run, Ed in the lead, Kirill in the chase, leaving a huge gap in the chase is Kirill. Let's see if we can get on the door right now. Off the line we go. Ooh, Kirill going a bit into the grass, and a wild flick entry, missing the touch and go now, but making it out into outside zone 2 is Ed in the lead. And look at Kirill in the chase, right on the door. Very aggressive transition, now shallowing out in terms of the angle a bit to keep that proximity going. Still very aggressive, not giving him any advantages there whatsoever, not leaving it in the judges' hands at all in that chase. But look at Ed in the lead as well. Great job hitting the zones here, not bad at all. Great on the manjis, a lot of angle here on this one as well. Yeah, great job here towards the second part of the track by Ed. Ooh, that transition there by Kirill, getting into the pocket in that outside zone. 11 and over the finish line we go. There we go. That's going to be Kirill versus Ed battle right here. Yeah, couldn't quite get out to the zones. I do wonder if that was the nerves or what was happening there for Ed. But yeah, Kirill, you could see there, I mean, of course, definitely not mimicking the angle here in between outside zones 3 and 4. He was a bit more shallow there, but that proximity was definitely there. Yeah, cleaning up the lead run here towards the end. I mean, here from the manji part onwards, I would say Ed did a very, very good job as well. But unfortunately, just, yeah, the start of the track not quite clicking on this one. Alright, so judges still thinking though. And looks like the decision has been made. Slide them left for Kirill Koptelets and slide them right for Edwards Redmans, and 2 votes for Kirill. That is going to be Kirill moving on to the top 16. So congratulations to you, Kirill. Of course, Ed, thank you for participating. Let's wait and see what Ed is going to have to say about that one. He's doing some donuts there that you unfortunately cannot see. But yeah, of course, that's going to be it for this group as well. And that's going to be it for the top 32. Our last driver joining in on the top 16 is going to be Kirill Koptelets. So there we go. Have our top 16 set in stone. Juan Jorges versus Vilius Prisgintas. Armand Vesmanis versus Geoffrey Marti. Ritums Jakobsons versus Marcus Smilns. Arkadiusz Maczniak versus Ed Edwards, Andres Kleinbergs versus Benas Jonutis, Luis Trevino versus Matis Lacis, Mark O'Rourke versus Daniel Kvasha, and of course to round things off, Bartosz Gorgon versus Kirill Koptelets. So yeah, some interesting battles coming up here very soon as well. And of course, some of these looking very close in terms of those qualifying scores as well that we had from the drivers. We got Luis versus Matis, 7th versus 10th qualifier. We got 6th versus 11th with Bartosz and Kirill. But then, of course, there's battles like Juan Jorges and Vilius coming up first in the top 16. That's our top 1 qualifier, Juan Jorges, 3rd in the points standings right now versus Vilius, who qualified 16th. And unfortunately, don't have the mouse right now, so can't check your position in the standings, unfortunately. But yeah, that's gonna be an interesting one, you know. Of course, looking at those, let's say around 15 and up qualifying drivers, I would say all of them do have it in them to get some upsets going here as well and move on into the later rounds. I mean, we did have that in one of the previous rounds happening as well, making it all the way to the finals was Ritums Jakobsons on that one. So yeah, I mean, could be anyone's game here. But mostly, let's see, if we're looking at the qualifying scores, I mean, we have from the, let's say, places 10 till 20, almost all of our drivers. Only one driver that qualified lower than that is Geoffrey Marti, qualifying 24th. And he's going to have a very tough battle coming up for him. It's going to be Armand Vesmanis. But, I mean, he did set a solid buy run, you know. He did have a buy run against Ian Johnson. Unfortunately, Ian couldn't make it, you know, had to work, as he said himself, work pace for drifting, which is very fair. And yeah, gonna be the first real battle for Geoffrey Marti there with that one as well. So haven't even seen him battle, you know. Might also be one of the drivers who usually practices in the chase. There's a lot of those people out there as well that just want to chase. They don't really care about putting on the perfect lead or anything like that. They just want to put their door on another driver's door, you know. And so for those, sometimes the leads aren't as consistent and sometimes they can't really get those high scores, you know. But when they get in the chase, do they have some proximity? Hey there, Armand. Oh yeah, I'm ready. I mean, we've had some very good action so far already. We had a few one more times. some good battles there as well. Unfortunately, in my battle, I did mess up real bad in that chase. But hey, you know, props to Benes. Moving on to the top 16. Gonna have a tough one ahead. The doggo getting excited there in the back. Don't mind that. Yeah, my brother recently got a dog and she's been demanding a lot of attention. Let's put it that way. Alright, I have to move on from the seat and let my brother sit down. BRB.
Thank you, thank you. What did I miss?
Well, what was your run, first of all? What happened there?
Oh, it's just been a very long day, actually. I didn't really get as much sleep as I would have liked to. And it was one of those days where I really had to use a lot of brain power at work, so...
You know what they say, it is just one of those days.
It is just one of those days, as by our urban poet, Mr. Fred Durst. Very respected around these parts.
Yeah, that happens. But hey, at least you got to try battling, right?
Yeah, and also it was like my run was the last of the group, and we also had an OMT, so it was like 4 runs in. I had to wait 4 runs, and it's just like you kind of lose the feel for the steering wheel sometimes while just waiting there.
Yeah. Hey, there we go. Some nice words from Naus as well in the chat.
Yeah, for the first tandems in all season, yeah, not too bad at all. I do know where I screwed up, of course. But it's just that I am a bit tired today and I'm a bit slow. My reaction time wasn't the greatest, and basically nothing that I did was the greatest today.
Yeah, I mean,
one of my worst chase runs. Yeah,
it's competition, you know. Like you show up in whatever state you show up
exactly.
in, and
yeah,
you just put your best foot forward, you know.
Exactly.
Sometimes it doesn't work out, sometimes it does.
Yeah. Okay, but are you excited for the top 16? Because that is going to be pretty crazy. We've got a lot of great names. A lot of the higher qualifiers have gotten into the top 16. We have the first Juan Jorges and the second Andris Klembergs in there. We also have the third Marco Rourke as well. Then we also have the fourth Ritums Jakobsons, and the 5th qualifier, and the 6th qualifier, and the 7th and the 8th are there as well. So top 8 of the qualifying have managed to get into the competition today. And now we are on a quest of where did I leave my computer mouse?
I can tell you, he took it with him to the sim. And now he's going back to the sim to look for it. Ladies and gentlemen,
I guess we'll have to buy.
The mouse is somehow lost. Well, that's unfortunate. There we go. The mouse was in the kitchen. Huh. Well, happens.
It was just looking for some scraps of cheese.
Oh, fair enough.
As they do.
Hey, who doesn't love some cheese?
Yeah, the modern Logitechs, you don't even need batteries for them. Just shove a block of cheese up there, and it works for like 2 weeks.
Well, as James May once said, cheese.
Yeah, exactly.
Asking for some food. Never mind, she's just thirsty.
No. Well, I think I just better get on the case and just give her some preemptively.
Oh yeah. So yeah, looks like we have a bit of a break right now in between the top 32 and the top 16.
Top 31?
Top 32.
Okay.
And the top 16. Yeah. In just a few minutes we are going to be continuing though with our battles here. So yeah, what else do we have coming up here on this one? Let's see. Now that I have the mouse, I can really quickly check the standings as well. Because I am curious how these battles that are going to be coming up, how those are going to be impacting the scores and the standings as well. Okay, so let's See, so for the overall standings here right now, yeah, looks like still gonna be a close one. I mean, we have a bunch of our drivers who are in the top still in. So let's see. Looks like from the top 10 drivers that we have here on this one, we currently still have Armāns Vēsmanis, Andris Kleinbergs, Juan Jorges, Mark O'Rourke, Mati Slācis in, and let's see, was Nikhil Vadekar also in, or was that a Byron? I cannot remember off the top of my head. Let me get that top 16. That was a Byron, Ed says.
Yeah.
Tandems. Yeah, that was a Byron. So yeah, from our top 10, well, more specifically from our top from the top 6, no, from the top 5, we have all of top 5 still in the competition right now. So in terms of the points for the end of the season, that is going to be a close one. And with this one, I do wonder if Armāns Vēsmanis, if with this next battle or next few battles, if he could already manage the win before it is all over already.
Yeah, it just depends on how many points you get for which action, which we don't know from the tops of our heads.
Yeah.
But it still can go either way, it looks like. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, and of course, Andris Kleinbergs moving or not moving on as well is going to decide a lot of that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing battle between the two of them, because those are always really fun. When they go head to head, it's a battle to watch for.
Yeah. So yeah, coming up first here, of course, it's gonna be third in the standings, first in the qualifying. Juan Jorge's in the lead, going up against Viljus Brisgintas in the chase, and off the line we go already for the first run. Yet again, E36 on E36 action, and initiating into the first outside zone. Big angle there from Juan, but managing to hit the touch and go from what I could see. Now off the outside zone too as well. Great job on that one. But look at Viljus in the chase, staying right there in that pocket, staying very close, not letting him get away with that at all. Look at that. Good job through outside zones 4 and into 5 as well. Now for the inside clip. I mean, look at the chase. Viljus staying right there, but Juan in the lead. Ooh, aggressive transition. A lot of angle in those manjis. Slowing down a bit now for the inside clip as well. Amazing lead run. And of course, Viljus staying right there. Now diving in deeper once again outside zone 11. And over the line he goes, and there we go. What a run. I mean, that did not look like top 16 to me. That looked like a finals-worthy run.
Absolutely, Viljus bringing the best from his chase techniques out there, just keeping the proximity right there on the doors of Juan throughout the entirety of the run. But also look at Juan's lead run. That was a perfect run as well. I didn't really see many corrections there. Just wide angles everywhere, still being aggressive, going balls to the wall. You see the 90-degree angle here at the wall. Then a transition to the same for outer zone 9. Same with the big wall, also keeping some big angle in the last outer zone. Crossed the line, but Viljus there throughout all of the track.
Yeah.
Right on the doors, perfect.
Amazing lead by Juan, an amazing chase by Viljus. Let's hope for the same now, and
it's gonna be a restart, I think.
Like, yeah, that's gonna be a restart for this one.
Yeah, let's see if Viljus can keep the heat up in the lead position as well, and if Juan can keep up to him. As Viljus is going to be in the lead now and Juan in the chase. Teams NKTK versus ATDT. And a nice flick initiation, hitting the touch and go and the outside zone 2 completely fell. Now on the outside zone 3, look at the proximity from Juan here, even closer to the doors of Viljus. Now Viljus hits the tire wall in outside zone 4 as they're into outside zone 5 right now. It looked like a tire off from Viljus in the lead. Wow, insane proximity and big outside angle from both the drivers here just before the manji section of the track. And also big angles continuing all the way throughout it. It looks like I did see some dirt kicked up by Viljus there from the lead. It did look like a little bit of more of a black smoke, but wow, also look at the angles here at the end. That was a really fun run to watch. Unfortunately, quite a few tire drops from Viljus in the lead, but I did love the aggression in the run. don't mind the tire drops. He was just going all in.
Just look at Juan the whole run. That proximity was wild. You can see why he's the number one qualifier on this one. I mean, from the first run, that lead looking flawless. Now here in the chase as well, just staying right on the door.
Oh, look at this
run.
That was hot.
Was that?
That was awesome.
Yeah, no, great job by Juan. And of course, Vilius, I mean, yeah, he did make some errors there in the lead, but still a very good run, I would say from Vilius there, his chase was looking very, very good. Unfortunately, yeah, in the lead, doesn't seem like he managed to live up to that same quality of run. But I mean, our 16th qualifier, yeah, 16th qualifier versus our number one qualifier. I would say it definitely did not look like that. It looked like a very close battle. That was that. I mean, hey, you know what? It could still go either way, right? See, the judges are looking at the replay again. You know, yet again, maybe I have spoken too soon. So we'll have to wait and see what the judges say.
Even though Juan qualified first, and he has to go through the lowest possible qualifying drivers that's possible, none of them are making it easy for him. He has to fight in every single battle. It's just lovely to see that the drivers, even on the top 32 place on the podium, can bring some heat, except me, of course.
But that's also the thing, right? If you are driving versus the number one qualifier, you know what to expect.
Yeah.
You know exactly what he's gonna do. He's gonna set up the same run every single time, and all you have to do is follow it as close as you can.
Well, you have to go for your most aggressive run, because you are the one who has to bring the most heat, because for the other driver, that's just going to be a walk in the park, a regular Tuesday afternoon run.
That is what Vilius did as well in that chase, you know. He was very close, he was keeping that proximity going. It was a very great job by Vilius.
Well, we're still waiting for the results, so it is definitely all still up in the air.
Looks like this is way closer than I personally thought, so my bad on making a bit of an early call on that one. So yeah. Definitely another close one. Yeah, I feel like the angles we have here, they're nice for spectating, right? But if I'm trying to make a call, you know, I think on this track I really should hold off on making any calls whatsoever, because those angles are a bit deceiving for us as spectators. I was looking at you in the chase cam as well, in third person, when you were looking at the other drivers in your group, right? And some of the spots, from the angles that we have, it does look a bit different. So,
well, hey, we're here for some filler content, for some hype, not for actual accuracy. That is not the main goal of a caster. We just have to fill your ears with sweet nothings about drifting that is going on the screen in front of you.
But yet again, of course, thank you to everybody else also behind the scenes working on all of this stuff, you know. Of course, thank you everybody who's supporting us, who's participating, all the people who are joining us here today as well, everybody in the Discord, you know. Don't forget, of course, follow all the socials, join up the Discord, get in the servers, get some laps in. Very, very fun to drive these cars.
Yeah, we are coming closer and closer to the last moment, last run of this season.
And we are here with the decision as well. So going to be Juan or Vilius, slide them left or slide them right. And it's going to be 2 votes for Juan Jorge's, 1 vote for one more time. And it's going to be Juan Jorge's moving on to the top 8. So there we go. Yeah, not a unanimous decision. There was one more time. Unfortunately, we couldn't see another run from both of them. But of course, thank you very much, Vilius, for participating. And man, some great runs, man. Some great runs.
Yeah, if you convinced one of the judges not to vote for the top 1 qualifier, then you've already left a big impact on the decision.
I do agree. Yeah. Juan is a very good driver, and you did a great job on this one.
Okay, but speaking of great drivers, we're gonna have Armand Westman as our top 1 qualifier at our top 1 in the overall scoreboard at the moment in the lead position, and Joffre Martin from Spain chasing him. Great line in the lead from Armand in the first few zones of the track, and Joffre just falling behind a little bit. Now coming for zone 4, he finds his ground back up now into outside zone 5. Nice timed transition for the long tire wall, and now falling behind again a little bit coming into the Manji section. Big massive angle from Armand in the lead position, nicely mimicked by Joffre. Chase all the way through the Manji section, and now for the last outside zone, gets closer up in the pocket is Joffre as Armand goes across the finish line, filling all the zones, perfectly, going for that 100 point run in the lead. Joffre struggling a little bit with proximity in the chase all the way throughout the track, but overall a solid chase. Did leave a lot to be desired. We all know what Armand is going to do in the chase, so watch out, Joffre. You better make him fail his run somehow, but not on purpose, please.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that lead run from Armands, that's just textbook right there.
Yeah.
Great job filling out all the zones here from Joffre, seeing some corrections here and there, some wobbling there in the chase, not being quite as smooth, but of course, Joffre right here, currently the lowest qualifier still in the tournament right now at 24th. Let's see what he can do in the lead now, which is where these types of drivers are usually more comfortable, as he goes now into the outside zone 2. Good job right there on the outside of the track, now into outside zone 3 as well. A bit shallow to start out that zone, but then does get deeper into it, and look at Armands in the chase right on the door, leaving a bit of space there on that transition, but then gets right back on it through outside zone 5 and inside clip 6. And now for the Manjis, big angle there before the first Manji, another big angle transition there from Joffre, maybe a bit too much angle, and he's gonna be going 2 wheels off right there, getting a dirt drop. Now going through the last outside zone 11, and yeah, that's gonna be that for the second run. Yeah, great job by Joffre there at the first part of the track. Didn't quite hit that initiation clip, but after that he did manage to pull it together more or less. Now unfortunately did get the tire drop there later on. Not quite what we want to see, of course, but man, Armands, look at that, just staying right there in the pocket the whole time, and also even throughout that tire drop, you know, still managed to stay right there, managed to adjust and keep it close, and very, very similar in terms of the angle as well. Look at that.
Yeah, Armands keeps it consistent all the way through the track.
And he doesn't go off either. He sees that he's going off, but Armand stays on the track. He stays a bit further back, and then once Joffre is where he wants him to be, he just dives right back in.
Yeah, perfect prediction powers. I guess he just seen and understood perfectly what's going to happen.
And the judges have already made their choice. And moving on to the top 16, we got 1 vote for Armands Vesmanis.
To the top 8.
And sorry, for the top 8, 3 votes for Armands Vesmanis. Moving on to the top 8, congratulations on the win. Of course, Joffre, thank you for participating on this one. Hope to see more of you up next, and there we go. Our first battle of the top 8 is already solidifying. Juan Jorge's versus Armands Vesmanis.
Oh my god, that's going to be crazy.
What a battle.
Bring it. I want to see that.
Yeah, that's gonna be our number 1 in points standings versus number 3, so that is some huge points implications.
Oh yeah, that is going to be really competitive.
Right now, Ritums Jakobsons versus Markus Mills coming up already. E36 on E36 battle, and off the line we go, initiating with a nice flick into the outside clip right there, filling that out nicely. Is Ritums in the lead. Markus, though, in that chase, staying very close throughout that transition. 1 wheel off maybe there through outside zone 3 from Ritums in the lead, but still gets right back on the edge of the track through outside zones 4, transitioning. Maybe some impeding there on that transition into outside zone 5, but we'll see that in the replay. Right now, though, look at that perfect textbook lead from Ritums Jakobsons, and then Markus in the chase, mimicking the angle very well and keeping a lot of proximity while doing so as well. What a run. See here now, just shallowing up on the angle just a bit to get that proximity, but then once again back on the angle as well. A great run to start off this battle as well. Look at that angle, the aggression from Ritums on the initiation right here. So I want to see what happened between outside zones 4 and 5. So let's see, goes through outside zone 4. Now on this transition right here, what happened there? Oh, I do think Markus was just a bit too close. He might have impeded on the transition just a bit, so that is going to be a deduction there for that one, I do believe.
Yeah, luckily Ritums managed to not bail out and to complete his run.
Exactly. Good job by Ritums there, managing to keep it together and keep it smooth and stay on the line, even though he was hit there.
Is that really, Markus, since that is an ATDT livery and he represent them, I'm wondering if that is a livery issue or it's a different driver, I don't know.
That's Markus Mills, that's Ritums Jakobsons, and that's the second run.
Yeah, Markus in the lead, Ritums in the chase, and a little bit of an interesting initiation from Markus there, quite shallow. Ritums anyways on his door, Marcus filling all of outside zone 3 while Rhythm's still keeping the proximity up as they go through outside zone 4. Now a perfectly timed transition from Rhythm's and Marcus for outside zone 5. No bumper to bumper action as they go into the inside clip and outside zone 7. Now in the Manji area, a nice 90-degree angle from Marcus in the lead. Rhythm's perfectly matching all the lines and all the angles and the speed of the lead driver and sticking it to the door all the way throughout the rest and part of the track. Across the finish line they go. Yeah, unfortunately, interestingly shallow initiation from Marcus there. I think that might be all she wrote for him, just because of that initiation, because Rhythm's did not make a similar mistake. And overall, I do think that Rhythm's lead run did look a little bit cleaner, a little bit more consistent, although maybe not as aggressive. But yeah, look at Rhythm's in the chase position as well.
Exactly what I was gonna say. I mean, Rhythm's in the chase around this Manji part there. He was right on his door. He was super close in terms of proximity and good angle as well. Here at the end, you know, a bit shallower on the angle, but he's doing that just so he can get the proximity in, you know?
Absolutely.
Maybe a bit less of one, but then adds in something else, you know, just a nice balanced run. That was very well done by Rhythm's there in the chase, and the results are in already. So for the top 8, it's going to be 2 votes for Rhythm's, going to be moving on to the top 8. Congratulations on the win, and 3 votes. There we go, unanimous. So thank you to Marcus for participating. Great runs from you as well, man. And there we go. That's going to be Rhythm's in the top 8.
And let's see who is going to battle him in the top 8. In our is going to be the winner of our next battle. That's going to be Arkadiusz Michiak going up against Ed Edwards. We've seen very good runs from both of them. That's 5th qualifier versus the 12th qualifier. You do remember Ed Edwards putting up some really killer runs in the previous qualifications.
Oh yeah.
Just going very aggressive in the transitions. So I really want to see if he can bring that kind of vibe in his lead runs today as well. But let's see. We start in the switch positions. Arkadiusz is going to be in the lead, and Ed is going to be in the chase. Off the line they already go, with the flick initiation completely filling the touch and go and the outside zone 2. Ed Edwards right on the doors, perfect proximity. Wow, a bumper to bumper transition into massive angle from both of the drivers. Ed is right in the doors of Arkadiusz with his front tire. Same with outside zone 5, just doesn't let him go even a single centimeter away. Now, as they already come into the Manji section of the track, they're so fast that I can't keep up with the costing. Perfect 90 to 90 to 90 degree angle transitions, and Edwards just perfectly times them so he doesn't lose a single centimeter. And look at this, just playing bumper cars in the last outside zone coming across the finish line.
What a way to end that run. Great job there in the chase by Ed Edwards. And
insane.
Arkadiusz giving him a very solid lead. Look at this angle. I mean, that was beautiful here as well, right on that door. What a run. What a run that was by both of our drivers. That was amazing. The proximity throughout the whole track. And of course, Arkadiusz there with nice wide lines, letting him get into the pocket as well there. Oh, that was just beautiful. I hope we're going to be seeing the same thing once the positions are switched here as well. Look at that. Very close transition. Dives right in and right on the door the whole time. A little bit of contact there. Yeah, you know, hey, drifting's a contact sport. Drifting's a contact sport.
Not really.
And off the line we go. Yes, it is. Ed Edwards in the lead, Arkadiusz in the chase, and we're going to be initiating a huge flick into the outside clip right there. Hitting that is Ed Edwards in the lead, now transitioning into outside zone 3. A lot of angle as well, but Arkadiusz staying just a bit further back in that chase, still keeping it nice and consistent though. Now through outside zone 5, right on the edge of the track is Ed Edwards. And look at that, Arkadiusz reining him in right there and keeping up that proximity with a bit less angle though. Now for the Manji section, big aggressive transitions, great job yet again from both the drivers as well. Now for the inside clip, hitting that one as well, and finishing off the lap yet again in the pocket as well. Not quite as close, but still a great job by Arkadiusz, keeping it very nice and consistent and very flowy in the chase. And Ed Edwards, very aggressive initiation and good job in the lead as well. Yeah, great runs from both the drivers. I personally, you know, with that chase that Ed showed us, I mean, that was something right there. You know, the proximity on that one was insane. But We'll have to wait and see for what the judges say. Yeah, see in the chat already, somebody else is also calling it a win for Ed. So
I did like the aggression in his runs. That's exactly what I expected from him. Seeing his aggressive runs in the quali in the past.
That lead.
I just love the line. It was just right on the outside yellow line of the track, keeping it perfect. But Arkadiusz also doing a really good job in the chase, just also sticking it to the doors and just sending it throughout all the way.
No, but there we go. Oh, see, we got somebody. Ooh, actually, you know what?
OMT.
Yeah, I've changed my vote.
OMT.
You know what? If there's an option, if there's an option for one more time, I do always want to go for that one more time. So you know what, Lucas, you make a great point right there with that one.
Exactly.
More one more times, more driving, yes please, and more replays. All right, judges are still thinking. That means there is a chance of a one more time.
Yep, they can decide. Both of these runs were really aggressive.
Okay.
I really loved this part.
If I had to make a wild prediction, this could be a battle where all three judges make their own calls and it's a one more time in
So
the end.
completely split.
Yes,
one for one driver, one for an OMT,
we saw
and one
this
for the
already
other.
today.
Yeah.
What are the chances we see that twice?
I don't know. I don't know.
It could be. I mean, this is very close. This is looking really close.
I mean, it is the rarest way of outcome.
Look at that proximity. That is just beautiful.
I think it is the rarest scorecard.
It has to be. Yeah, it has to be. It has to be. Because, you very rarely see something like that, 2-1, sure, 2 one more times and one judge leaning for one of the drivers. That stuff happens all the time, right? But a completely split decisions, those are very rare.
Yeah. We do see them, but we do not see them too often.
Yeah. But see, judge is still deliberating who to move on to the next one. So for this side, whoever moves on here is going to be going up against Ritums Jakobsons, as we said before. So going to be a very tough battle.
It's also going to be a crazy battle because the style of Ritums and you've seen just now the style of these two drivers.
Yep.
They're all going to be hungry, going in it for the money.
And we have a call. All right, so slide them left for Arkadiusz, slide them right for Ed Edwards, and moving on to the top 8. Neither. It's a one more time. There we go. Good call, Lucas. Good call. All three judges going for the one more time.
Unanimous.
Great.
One more time. Nice.
Great. Love to see that. With runs like that, I mean, we could just go one more time all day.
I mean, I don't mind. If we can go until like 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, that's fine with me.
Exactly what I was gonna say. Exactly the same time I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly fine with that as well. So, if everybody else is down, I hope the judges are listening. Look, we got time. Yeah,
we got time. Let's just OMT until there's no tomorrow.
And we're already on the track for the one more time. So, second run for Arkadiusz and Ed Edwards. Arkadiusz in the lead. Nice flowy initiation, not as aggressive, but a bit of a flick there as well. Now into outside zone 2, filling out the zone very nicely. And look at that, Ed Edwards in the chase, staying very close, mimicking that angle perfectly and getting in the pocket as well. Now, of course, transitioning on into the big sweeper and very, very good proximity. Maybe a bit too deep in the lead from Arkadiusz. Now for the Manjis, a lot of angle, very aggressive. Good job on the outside zone 9 as well. Look at the proximity right there. Ooh. And into outside zone 11, we go over the line. Good job again. Look at that. I mean, amazing runs once again. And Moist, I agree with you. Anyways, great run.
The consistency from both of them to do exactly the same type of run back to back, the proximity from Ed Edwards in the second chase is also just magnificent. Look at this, right on the rear fender, looks like, with his front tire there into outer zone 5. Now in the Manji section also just perfectly mimicking everything, perfectly timing the transitions. Look at this again, the proximity is just insane.
Amazing.
With the outer zone as well, just no corrections, perfectly matches the angle all the way throughout it. That was perfect chase for Ed Edwards. But let's see if he can do a perfect lead as well, and Arkadiusz can keep up in the chase with a nasty flick initiation into the touch and go and coming in for the outside zone 2, completely filling it. Arkadiusz very close, keeping the proximity up. with big angle from both of the drivers. Ed Edwards shows us how it's done into outer zone 5. Now coming up to the big sweeper, going into the inside clip. Arkadiusz still on the door with very good proximity, perfectly mimicking everything that Ed does in the lead position, coming through outer zone 9 and the inside clip. Yeah, I am at a loss for words because I really like these both runs from both of them. It did seem that maybe Ed was a little bit more aggressive in the chase, I would say, but that is just like nitpicking at this point.
But
I don't even know.
Yeah, I mean, there were some small errors from both drivers here and there, but still, yet another very, very good run. I mean, very close run by both drivers.
Yeah.
And towards the end, here you could see just a bit shallow from Arkadiusz in the chase for a few points there on that big sweeper. But now, once again, you know, making up that proximity. And here towards the end, look at the lead from Ed Edwards. Maybe going a bit outside of the zone here towards the end.
Yeah,
just a bit towards the
a
end.
little bit of a wall tip as well, but that was already, I think, across the finish line with half of his car.
But we have a decision already, so moving on this one, Arkadiusz or Ed for the top 8, and it's gonna be unanimous for Ed Edwards moving on to the top 8. Congratulations, great runs, man, and of course Arkadiusz, great runs from you as well, man. That was some good driving.
Yeah, that was insane. It was definitely a nail biter of a decision, but congratulations to Ed Edwards. Moving on to the top 8, you're gonna have to battle Ritums Jakobsons if you want to move up to the top 4. Which is going to be a crazy nice battle, I can imagine.
Not just that, that is our first upset of the top 8 as well. Yeah, so Ed Edwards was the lower qualifying driver. He was 12th and Arkadiusz was 5th, but still in the tandems. I mean, you could see Ed Edwards putting it right on his door. So that was definitely a great one to watch. And yeah, right now, for the people who are left here in this one, who are still left to battle. From the qualifying, we have Benos, who was qualified 15th. We have Daniel Kwasha, who was qualified 19th. So still two people who did qualify also a bit lower. But also, I would say drivers who definitely do have it in them to also win and move on to the next battles. Have seen a lot of good battles from them, a lot of good runs before. So definitely anything could happen up here in the next ones as well. As we're waiting for the next group to load in to the server. Oh, and there we go, we got some big fans for coming up for Bartosz. A lot of hype for Bartosz. Alright. I'm gonna have to wait a bit for that one though, because that's gonna be the last of our top 8 battles here. Yeah, but up next, coming up, Andris Kleinbergs, Benas Jonutis, 2nd versus 15th qualifier. Gonna be a close one on this one. You know, would have been great to be there myself, but hey, props to Benas. I mean, look, his runs were good. He definitely drove better than me. He deserves the win. I messed up.
He kicked your butt.
Oh yeah. Look, you know, sim drifting can really be a humbling experience, you know, where you just end up being against a 12-year-old, you know, and he's just better.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do or say about it, you know. He is just better.
Move on, Grandpa.
Exactly. Now, some of these new drivers are really good. But yeah, speaking of our new drivers, I mean, Andris Kleinbergs also one of our newer drivers, 17 years of age as well. So yeah, we got some of the newer blood coming in here with the T300 for Benas, and the where was it? It was Trustmaster TSPC for Andris. So both of them driving on a very similar setup to what I have at home, and I have to say, not just that they are both better drivers than me, but they are better drivers on the same setup. You know?
I think their rigs probably are a bit more sturdy than yours.
No, trust me, that is irrelevant. That is irrelevant. No.
Not irrelevant.
With how my rig is set up, that like it's all in the driving skill, you know. With how much of a difference for a driver like me a direct drive wheel makes. Like for them, the increase in skill wouldn't be immediately as as obvious, you know. For me, going from a belt drive wheel to a direct drive, I can just immediately drive way better. For these guys, they don't need it to drive good, you know.
Oh yeah, we already
They'll
see
just-
some Benas Jonotis fans in the chat. Benas is apparently on TV.
Let's go.
Where is he on TV? Are we on TV?
No, just him.
No. Okay.
Yeah, just him.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. 3-man tandem. Got a train going into
Nice.
practice right now. Not bad. Going back to pits.
Aw.
Oh, wait. All of them went back to pits. I think you know what that means.
Yeah, that probably means that we are starting our tandems. And the first to battle are gonna be Andris Kleinbergs going up against Benas Jonotis. Mr. 888 going up against Mr. 2. Andris is going to be in the lead position and Benas in the chase. Another E36 versus E36 battle. Let's see what they can bring. And Andris kicking it off with a nice flick initiation into the touch and go. Now Benas keeping the proximity up all the way throughout outer zone 2, now transitioning over with massive angle from Andris into outer zone 3, but Benas very close in the proximity. Very good job now transitioning over for outer zone 5 and still keeps it in the pocket there as they go through the big sweeper and hit the inside clip and go for the Manji section. Benas still there on the doors. Andris, of course, filling his lead driver duties perfectly as we like to see from him, but Benas falls off a little bit at the end, but reels it back in towards the end of the last outside zone. Very good run from Benas in the chase. Of course, perfect from Andris in the lead, as always, but let's talk about Benas' chase run. A little small mistake at the end, losing some ground in the last outside zone, but other than that, a perfect proximity. Look at it here.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was a great job on that one as well. I mean, yeah, what more can you really say? Look at that, just staying right in the zone, mimicking the angle, mimicking the line as well. Very good job in the chase, and look at the aggressiveness in the lead as well by Andris in those transitions through the Manjis. Great stuff, great stuff.
It's just Andris, our local Chuck Norris.
Yeah, fair. Well, let's see what he can do in the chase. And let's see if he is gonna attract Benas Jonotis' cars door to his front wheel. There we go. Had a bit of a brain lag there, but let's move on now. In the lead, Benas now in outside zone 3 already. Great job filling out the zones now through outside zone 4, and Andris Kleinbergs right there in the pocket as well, giving him some room for the transition. And now for the big sweeper into the touch and go we go, and washing out a bit is Andris Kleinbergs in the chase, so we're gonna have to see the replay for that. Now of course for the Manjis, good aggression, and I would say more aggression in the chase in those transitions by Andris, but Benas keeping it nice, smooth and consistent throughout all of those transitions. And look at that, great job over the line. A bit of a correction there from Benas in the lead, but still great run there from both the drivers. Maybe a bit shallow there at the start, but still. So let's see what happened here. Moving on through these zones throughout when they were going through the big sweeper, I want to see what happened there in the chase, because I do feel like Anders made quite a bit of a correction there. So let's see on this one now. Yeah,
Shallow
I
up
feel
a little bit on the angle.
Okay. Maybe that was just to keep the proximity. Maybe I was just overreacting a bit. Looks like it was just a bit of an adjustment to keep that proximity. Doesn't look like anything that bad. And hey, I see that comment in the chat. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Let's go one more time, you know.
OMT, I wouldn't mind as well. I've heard that Andris Kleinbergs collects the doors of everybody who has he has tandemed with and wears him around his neck.
Oh, there's the decision already though. All right, slide him left for Andris, right for Benas, and moving on, it's got to be Andris Kleinbergs. It's a unanimous decision, so congratulations to Andris. Moving on, Benas, thank you for participating. Of course, thank you for the battle that I got to have with you as well. It was fun. Unfortunately, I did mess up on that one, but hey, it was a great one, man. Hope to see more of you here in the future as well.
Yeah, and congratulations to Andris for winning and getting into the top 8. And let's see who he's going to battle in the top 8, and that's going to be the winner of our next battle. In the top 16, it's going to be Luis Trevino in the lead, going up against Matis Slatis in the chase. Finally an E46. We haven't seen many of those today in the race. As the lights go green already and they're off. And let's see how they do. And with a nice flick initiation into the touch and go goes Luis. Matis immediately gets on the door, doesn't leave any room there on the table. Lewis perfectly filling outside zone 3 with some massive angle and tire right on the edge of the track now into outside zone 5. Matīs perfectly times the transitions there as they go through the sweeper, and an insanely good proximity from Matīs there right on the doors of Lewis as they go through the Manji section. Aggressive transitions from both the drivers, door to door, perfectly predicted there from Matīs. Already past the last inside clip and into the last outside zone. Matīs just rubs some more tire on Lewis's front fender as they cross the finish line. What a run.
Yeah, that was some great stuff right there. Lewis in the lead, very aggressive, and then Matīs in the chase, not letting him run away with that whatsoever, just staying on the door all the way through. Amazing stuff by both of the drivers here. That was some good stuff.
That was some of the good stuff.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah. Very smooth, very nice. Oh, there we go. Got Benes in the chat. Hey man, was some good driving. Was some good driving there from you. I really liked it. Really liked it.
Yeah,
the battle was
unfortunate.
super fun as well, man.
Unfortunate that you didn't get further on, but you know,
Look at
there's
that.
always next race.
The end of that though. Yeah, Matīs just right on the door. So let's see if Lewis can do the same here on this next one. Let's go, off the line we go. E46 in the lead, E36 in the chase. Flick initiation. Making it out of that outside clip right there now, outside zone 2 as well. Good job from Matīs in the lead. Lewis leaving some space on the transition, but then diving right into that door as well, moving on to the outside zone 4. Great job there on the proximity. Now transitioning pretty much the same time as well, and very wide on the line there through that big sweeping turn into outside zone 6 and the Manjis. Nice aggressive transition there from Matīs in the lead. Lewis there transitioning just a bit later, but still managing to stay very close and stay in the pocket right here through outside zone 11, diving in. Good job, over the line we go. Nice and clean by both the drivers.
Yeah, really good. Matīs really makes that E46 look mean.
Oh yeah.
Throwing some big angle, and he has also slammed it to the ground. It just looks insane going through the track. He definitely did a great job in the lead position, but Lewis in the chase also just kept the proximity on all the way throughout the track. He knew what he had to do. Matīs, a really good driver, put up a great chase run. So Lewis had to bring it back home, and I think he managed to do everything he needed to actually make it a viable, you know, a competitive run.
Yeah,
he could win this. It is either way now. I can't really tell who would win this.
Well, of course, now it's all in the judges' hands.
Chad, what do you think?
Yeah,
is it Matīs or is it Lewis?
Taking this one home. We got someone in chat asking, is there any way to sign up for this? Well, unfortunately for this one, no, this is the final round, but feel free to join the Discord. Of course, there's going to be more races coming up, and of course, have to get that info about the next season as well somehow, right? So feel free to join the Discord, follow the socials as well, and stay up to date with whatever's going to be happening for the upcoming seasons, though, of DKRTR.
Yeah, if you get in Discord, don't forget to go to the appropriate channel to get the DKRTR role to react with an emote, so you get the right role, which gets pinged in case of any competitions. So watch the announcements channel there after you've gotten the role.
Yeah.
As we're watching the replay again, Lewis's lead run was insanely good. I really liked that he was on the outside on most of the between the zones parts of the track. Just kept it in a wide angle with some massive speed. Just a little bit
transition. The snappiness. Yeah. Now the E36 transitions in those Manjis look so snappy.
Yeah, I just really like the way this track is set up.
But look at that
Manji
end
section
of the round as well. Matīs there in that pocket. Oh, difficult one for the judges. Definitely a difficult one.
Yep, not envying them. We feel right at home in this position where we can just say anything. And but here is the scorecard. Who is going to win this one? Judges are ready to reveal their decision, and it's a unanimous one more time.
That's what I like to see.
We're going to see them run again.
There we go. Now that is a great one more time to have right here.
Hell yeah. Can't wait to see it. Oh, I guess I forgot to put on my headphones for quite a bit of a time. I hope I didn't miss any important messages.
I had mine on. It's all good. It's all good.
At least somebody's doing the job.
Hey,
Right.
like, we both are, you know. All right, so up on the starting line for the second run of, well, for the second attempt, second battle of Lewis versus Mattis. Off the line we go. All right, Lewis in the chase, Mattis. Lewis in the lead, Mattis in the chase, and a big flick initiation right there to the outside zone. Good job there from Lewis in the lead, but goes off just a bit on that outside zone 2. Now, of course, reeling it in on the very edge of that track through outside zones 3 and through outside zones 4. Good job in that lead, and look at that, Mattis in the chase, getting right in on that door throughout this big outside sweeper, hitting the inside clip as well. And now let's see the Manji's nice and aggressive. Yep, there we go. Great job in lead. And then in the chase, Mattis, perfect timing on those transitions as well. Lewis going a bit wide on the touch and go there. But Mattis, look at that yet again, just right into his door across the line, just smashing into the door.
You know how it looked
Great
like?
job.
It looked like, well, they got it one more time. Lewis said, okay, one more time. Mattis said, okay, you want it one more time? I'm gonna give you one more time. So he goes in even more aggressive in the chase this time around. I feel like he was like keeping a tiny bit of a distance at the first part of the track, but look here, he just dives in and keeps the proximity
just stayed
on
right
the
there.
door.
I do feel like there were a few small errors from Lewis in this run as well. Like right here, he did miss the inside clip completely. So that, of course, getting to this level of driving, that is going to be a huge detriment for him coming in. So right now, from Mattis's point of view, what I see is that what he has to do is just hit all the zones very nicely in the lead, and he might have it in the bag.
Yeah, let's see what happens now. Mattis is going to be in the lead this time around, and Lewis in the chase. And Mattis starts off with a nice flick, fills the touch and go and the outer zone number 2. Lewis falling back a little bit as well, but reels him back in, just wasn't on the right angle immediately after transition. Perfect through the outer zone number 4, now outer zone number 5. Lewis times it perfectly and still keeps the proximity going. Mattis taking a bit of an inside line approach right there. Now in the Manji section of the track, more than 90-degree angle, I think. And Lewis still in the door, perfectly mimicking everything as they go through the inside clip. I did see some clipping. And for the last outside zone, Mattis perfectly fills it. No dramas, no wheels across the track limits.
Yeah, great job from both drivers. And yeah, in the chat we have somebody saying that on the previous run, Mattis did tap him.
Yeah, at the end, there was some contact.
Well, I think he might have been also talking about the inside clip as well, so maybe I missed that as well. But either way, right now though, on this run, I mean, look at that, Mattis in the lead, great job, but Lewis in the chase. Look at the proximity on this one. I mean,
Decent, really good.
you call that decent? I call that amazing. That was very well done from Lewis as well. And look at the aggression here in the Manjis as well. Yeah, I mean, great job by both the drivers once again. So double one more time, maybe?
I don't mind. I really don't mind.
Let's go.
If they can do this back to back, then I don't mind them going for a third time.
Mattis Slatis, Luis Trevino, 3 hours, non-stop tandems, just one more time. Come on, guys, you could keep it going, right?
Let's put on the Shrexophone 10-hour loop and then, and then just it'll
perfect. Yes.
Time flies when you're having fun, you know. Really good runs from both the drivers, both of the times. Really don't envy the judges.
Yeah, judges still thinking, still deciding who to award this win to.
Or judges.
Boy, yeah. Another look at the replay, of course. Look at the aggression on that initiation by Lewis.
Oh, yeah.
He does go a bit up there.
He dropped the wheel, I think.
Yeah, I do feel like he did do that. But look at the angle immediately afterwards, like, oh, that is just beautiful.
Making it look aggressive and surgical.
What can you say? Like, look at that, and the proximity there from Mattis.
The speed, actually, they're going through the track way faster than all the other drivers.
That is true, they are very fast through it as well, yeah. Then here, oh, no, I don't think there was any contact there,
Yeah, but he did miss the inside clip for sure.
Yeah.
Here, you see, there is some contact at the end.
There, of course, I mean, that contact, yeah, that's obvious that there's contact. Nobody's trying to talk about
Yeah.
that. But right now, we are trying to see what the decision is. Slide on left for Lewis, slide on right for Matis, and it's gonna be 2 votes for Lewis and one more time vote. So that's gonna be a win going over to Luis Trevino from Spain, moving on to the top 8. Congratulations to you on that one. Of course, Matis, thank you for participating. Amazing runs, man. Those chases, that proximity was wild. So yeah, thank you for participating, man. Great job on the runs as well.
Yeah, that was a really nail-biter of a race. I did not decide who the win would be going to. So, Luis, congratulations with it. And Matis, unfortunate, but yeah, we've seen a lot of good runs. Currently, he's in the 3rd position overall.
And that's going to be our next one coming up already. Mark O'Rourke versus Daniel Kvasha. Mark in the lead, Daniel in the chase, initiating a bit shallow on the initiation. Now he does make it out to that zone, I do think. But now in outside zone 2, filling out that very nicely is Mark in the lead and Daniel Kvasha in the chase. Getting right into that pocket after the transition. The wheel is right on that door. Now gives him some more space. Transition over into that big sweeper. Great job so far by both the drivers, hitting the inside clip there as well. Moving out all the way to the outside zone. Great aggressive transition by Mark in the lead. Daniel Kvasha just a bit late on that transition there in the chase, but still staying right where he has to. And now let's see if he can dive in towards the end. And there we go, over the line. So doesn't manage to dive in on the door completely at the end, but for the rest of the run here on the initiation, you could see he went maybe a bit shallow compared to Mark, but then managed to get right into that pocket where he has to be. Look at that, great proximity. Looks like his wheel was actually inside of Mark's door for a moment there. So very well done by both the drivers. An immaculate lead as well from Mark.
Yeah, I just had to say that we're not getting enough E46s, and we get an E46 versus E46 battle right next after it.
Yeah.
Great job from Mark. As we all know, he's a great driver, and he makes this E46 sing on the track. Perfect lead run from him. Let's see if he can do a perfect chase run as well, as Daniel Kvasha is going to lead for him. And let's see. They start with a nice flick initiation, hitting the touch and go and the outer zone 2 as well. Mark keeping proximity good straight from the starting line. Now lost a little bit of ground just before outside zone 3, but immediately got it all back. Now as they already transition for outside zone number 5, door to door going through the sweeper, hitting the inside clip both on the outer line. Perfect mimicking from Mark in the chase. Nice and aggressive transitions from Daniel in the lead. He doesn't even care that he has a driver on his doors right besides him. No stress. I think there was a bumper tap from them in the transition. That's why a gap developed between them just before outside zone 11, which Mark immediately reeled back in. But yeah, I think there was a bumper tap.
Gonna have to see that in the replay. But hey, good job by both the drivers once again on this one as well. Bit of a gap there at the start for Mark in the chase, but I mean, he does make up for it later on. So yeah, let's wait and see what happens there towards the end. Was there some contact? Did Mark impede on the transition or no? Because if he does, that is a big no-no there in that chase. So let's see what we got here. And yeah, that does seem like there was some contact there. So that is going to be, of course, a deduction for Mark because of that one, but still very close runs overall. A very good battle, and the choice is made. The decision is in. Moving on to the top 8. It's going to be Mark O'Rourke right there. There we go, 2 votes for Mark, and Daniel's vote also going for Mark unanimously. He's going to be going on to the top 8. So Daniel Kvasha, thank you for participating. Unfortunately, not going to be seeing any more of you today, but I do hope to see you back next year as well, or maybe in the off-season races.
Yeah, maybe we can squeeze some in just before the next year.
Yeah.
Still some in this year. Jet in the chat says that he thinks that the next track he does shouldn't be a Bitternick one, maybe a new one from scratch. I mean, for the next season. How about maybe we have Rolītis or Daugavpils?
Look,
that we haven't seen in this competition yet.
Hey, if we want to try something new, I would say the best time to try something new is in the off season, you know.
Yeah, so exactly.
Maybe a quick one-off event with a nice and cool custom map. Ooh, Jakobpils. Yeah.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
All right. Is that going to be a Byron in the top 16?
No way. That is going to be Bartosz Gorgon in the lead and Kirill Koptelets in the chase. I battled him, so he should be around unless life happened. No, there he is. There he is.
Good. All right. Whew, I was worried. I was worried for a moment. And there we go. So it's going to be Bartosz Gorgon in the lead, Kirill Koptelets in the chase. Poland versus Ukraine on this one. So let's start it off with this one. Yet again, E36 and E36. Wow. Very aggressive initiation there in the lead by Bartosz, hitting the outside clip and the outside zone 2 as well. Transitioning now into outside zone 3. Going just a bit wide is Kirill there in the chase, but he manages to reel it in right away as well and get back in there now for the big sweeper. Staying a bit further back is Kirill in the chase, so let's see if he can make up some of that proximity there as well towards these Manjis. Very aggressive there in the chase, looking like he's putting a bit more angle than in the lead. And now very good job here on the inside clip 10 as well from the lead driver, and outside zone 11 and over the finish line we go.
That initiation was something. Let's watch it again. Look at this.
So much angle.
And the chase driver, Kirill, doesn't mind at all.
But after that, there was a correction. He hit the outside clip, and then towards, like, somewhere in the middle between the outside clip and the outside zone 2, he did have to do a bit of a correction to stay on the right lines.
Well, you wouldn't even think that happened, because seeing the proximity from him throughout the rest of the track, he keeps it in there in the pocket all the way throughout the track. Really aggressive from Bartosz in the lead as well. Lovely runs, really nice battle.
Yeah. I mean, great job. Good first run.
Yeah, this would be me instead of Kirill if I would have won my battle. I don't think I would have won this. This was a really good job by Bartosz.
Fair.
But let's see what they do when the roles are swapped. Kirill now is going to be in the lead and Bartosz is going to be in the chase. And they're starting off with a nice flick initiation, a bit safer this time around, hitting the touch and go and into outer zone 2, a little bit of a gap between them. And now going for outer zone 3, Bartosz reels the proximity back in as they go through outer zone 4, perfectly mimicking the angle and the line. Now into outer zone 5, he has found the pocket and he stays in it throughout the sweeper and across the inside clip, now into outer zone 7 for the Manji section. Aggressive transitions from Kirill as well in the lead position. Bartosz completely keeping up to it, but loses a little bit of ground. I think he went a little bit off the line there just before the inside clip, and a really good job throughout the last zone, outer zone 11 from them. Not as aggressive as the first run, but still really smooth from both of them. Unfortunately, some gap here at the very beginning between them, but Bartosz gained it all back later on and didn't lose not much ground in the later part, managed to keep the proximity going.
Yeah, that was very well done by both the drivers on this one. I do think that Bartosz here in the chase was closer than Kirill on his run, but look at that, the aggressive transitions here in the Manjis from Kirill in the lead. That's what I like to see. But yeah, I mean, look, those aggressive Manjis, that's one of my favorite parts of the track on this one, you know? So totally I have to pay extra attention to that, especially with that camera angle that we have here, looking over those aggressive Manjis as well. Man, those look so good. When you see the drivers going into them fast and snappy, it looks so satisfying. It does feel like they're gonna go off, like they're gonna go into the wall or they're gonna go into the grass, but you can pull it back together. And another look at the replay,
it is a sketchy moment.
Difficult call for the judges.
It is a sketchy moment going through those Manjis and throwing that 90-degree angle, because sometimes you overshoot it and you give it a bit more and it definitely feels like you're more than 90 degrees in. Then you have to flick right back and you just, I don't know, you build the muscle memory for it and you just do it, and then it feels amazing. I love that part.
Look at that.
Yeah.
The simultaneous, the timing in the chase as well on those transitions, man, that was good from both the drivers.
Yeah.
Great timings of the transitions from Kirill there in the chase.
As our another modern poet, Lil Wayne, would say, yeah. And let's see, slide them left for Bartosz, slide them right from Kirill for Kirill. The judges have decided that it's going to be unanimously Bartosz Gorgon takes the win, moves into our top 8, so that's our last driver to fill up our top 8. He's going to be going up against Mark Rourke in top 8, so that's going to be a crazy battle as well. At the moment, is Mark the only E46 driver in the top 8? I think he is. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
No, Edwards as well. He also drives at E46.
Right.
No, wait.
Does he?
E36? 36, I
I'm
think.
not too sure.
I don't remember
Hold on.
anymore.
Could we see that here? Yes,
But yeah,
we can.
that is it for our top 16. Now we're moving on with our top 8. We're going to have Juan Jorge as our number 1 qualifier going up against Armāns Vesma, our current number 1 points leader. Then we're also going to have Ritums Jakobsons, our number 4 qualifier, going up against Ed Edwards. Ritums is currently sitting 8th in our leaderboard, in our overall scores. And then we're going to have Andris Kleinbergs going up against Luis Trevino, our 2nd versus 7th qualifier. Andris currently 2nd in the overall scores as well. And then Mark O'Rourke going up against Bartosz Gorgon, number 3 against number 6. And Mark currently sitting 5th in the overall scoreboards. So still a lot of points might shift around.
And don't forget, Matis is already out, so Matis is locked in at 275 points. I do think, that should be updated. I think that is updated now.
It only updates when you're out of the competition.
I know. So he's going to be locked in and that. So that means that Juan, Mark, both of them can definitely manage to overtake him. And well, I do think Juan should already be above him once the points that he already has accrued get added. As for Mark, I'm not too sure if he's above him just yet. Maybe he would have to win another battle, but I think that is close there as well. And it looks like Mark is the only E46 driver left, and in the chat as well, he's doing it for the 46s. So I respect it. I respect it.
Yeah. Absolute respect. Yeah, it does look like at the moment the big battle for the overall points is going on between Armāns Vesmanis and Andris Kleinbergs. At the moment, 1st and 2nd in the overall scores. And they are on the opposite sides of the bracket, so they might meet in the final.
My guy.
Yeah.
The battle that's coming up right now is Juan Jorge's, who is currently 3rd in the points.
4th.
He is 3rd in the point because points aren't updated. He was 3rd after last round, and that means he is now still 3rd in points. And he's battling Armāns Vesmanis, who is currently leading in points. Well, this battle that's coming up right now is currently the most important thing for the standings of the whole season.
Probably, because it's 315 versus 264 points. That's a big gap.
This will impact a lot for the top 5.
Yeah.
We still have 4 of the top 5 drivers still in. But after this next battle, already we're going to be down to 3. And in just a few more battles, that could just be 2 of them or 3 of them left. So that is going to change very quickly for us right here. As we can see, all of our drivers are already in the server practicing, getting some more laps in before those final tandems that they have to do here. And that's gonna be a tough one. Gonna be some close and good battles right here. Can't wait to see.
I really like it that they've made it exciting for the last battle of the season. It's not like Formula Drift that we just watched, that even before the race starts, James Dean is already the champion for the 5th time in a row, and you might as well skip the race. This race actually means something,
Well, you see, the thing is, we don't have a James Dean participating. If we did, I think things would be the same. But that's the thing, it's James Dean, okay? If he participates, you compete for 2nd place. Okay, that is just how it is.
Yeah, if you can get there, but you're not competing for 1st place if you're going up against James Dean.
Yeah, exactly. So the competition was still going strong until the last round. The 2nd spot in the championship, aka the 1st spot for humans, it was still up for grabs. But right now in this series, though, I'm not too sure if it is still up for grabs. Now, of course, this next battle might very well decide just that, because if Armāns Vesmanis does move on to the next one, he might have a bit more of a lead. Well, no, it does look actually quite close. Armāns Vesmanis and Kleinbergs very close.
Yeah.
But if Juan Jorge's or Mark O'Rourke want to move on into one of those top 2 positions, for them both, it is really important. Well, especially I guess for Juan, since he is going up against Armands, it is important for both Mark and Juan that Juan moves on here from this battle right now.
They have to gain a lot of points, and the faster those higher scored drivers drop out, the better. And since now they are the ones going up against them, it's in their hands to eliminate them. It's not that they can't wait for them to get eliminated in other parts of the competition anymore. They have to do it themselves.
Of course, but that's the thing though. If you have to make up those points and if you have to beat the other drivers, you need them to go out earlier so that you get more points than they do. So let's see what's going to be happening here right now. Juan Jorge's versus Armands. Westman's Juan in the lead, Armands in the chase, initiating into the first outside clip. Already great job in the lead by Juan, filling out the outside zones 1 and 2 already. And look at that, Armands Westman's in the chase right on his door immediately right after that transition. Outside zone 4 right on the edge of the track is Juan, and Armands not leaving any room in between them at all. Right now going through the inside clip. Good job on that one, hitting that as well. Very smooth, and now super snappy into that outside zone 7, outside zone 8 and 9. And look at that inside clip number 10, and finishing off the lap. Nice and beautiful door to door. Armands Westmans and Juan Jorge's. What a way to start off this battle. And man, those transitions in the Manjis. Remember what I said before? That's exactly what I like to see, and that is exactly what I like to see.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Pretty crazy chase from Armands and a pretty crazy lead from Juan as well. I did see that in outer zone number 8, Armands hesitated a little bit in the transition just before it. But I guess that's just one of those tiny little things that the judges are going to be looking at. Here, look at this. He hesitated.
No, he didn't hesitate.
He hesitated to set the angle, so he didn't stop rotating.
He didn't hesitate. He just got to angle a bit slower. That's all.
Okay, that's the right way to put it.
Fine,
Other than that, this was a perfect run. No tires dropped or anything. Look at how far Juan is going to start the chase position, and Armands is going to be in the lead right now. And let's see what they got, what they've brought to the top 8, and a nice single line initiation from Armands there. One wheel off the track in outer zone number 2. The nerves have gotten to him, it looks like, as they go through outer zone 3, perfectly filled by Armands, but Juan right on his door. Now transitioning over for outer zone number 5 as they go into the big sweeper door to door. Juan doesn't let any gap between them to develop. In the Manji section, Armands throws some nasty angle in transitions, and Juan goes 2 wheels off the track, it looks like, in the chase position. We'd seen a lot of dirt kicked up, and he was quite off the line there. I don't know what happened. Everything was looking smooth for Juan there up until that point, but
big error. And you also saw him go into the wall after the finish line. Was that just him being frustrated, or
I don't know,
something happened with the setup,
Maybe just frustrated for that big of an error.
I mean, honestly, that would be very understandable. I really just hope that there are no more technical issues, We saw a few drivers have some troubles yesterday and today as well, so I really hope we're not seeing any more of that. So right here, it does seem like he just went a bit too wide.
A battle of this importance you definitely don't want to resolve because of a technical issue. You want both the drivers to have good runs, to see the actual skill between them being the deciding factor. Who takes the win and who gets the most points.
That is competition, That is competition.
True.
You have to either show up and put on the solid run and put on a good run, or you mess up and you go out,
Well, this is where actually the heat starts burning under your seat in the top 8,
100%.
where every battle matters,
100%.
where actually going up against your next opponent decides your position, if you get the first place in the overall championship or not. It's of that importance.
Yeah.
I can't imagine the stress.
Even if you're a seasoned veteran who's used to all of this, I would say if your season standings is what's going to be dependent on this one battle, then the nerves definitely do get you. And with that, the winner of this battle and moving on to the top 4, it's going to be Armands Westmanis unanimously. So congratulations, Armands Westmanis.
judge join and explain the decision since it was a high value race. So hi.
Hi again. Yes, so high importance drive for the championship. So Armand's currently standing in first place, and Juan was in third before the race. So all odds actually was in Juan's favor, as in Armand's lead. We deemed the contact as Armand's fault, as he was heavy on the brakes right after the initiation, and since the chase driver has the speed as he should be, he was no place to go, and as well the Juan's lead run was great. It was like very few mistakes here and there, and then Juan makes completely independent mistake by going out of track with two wheels in the grass, and so that's a 0 for the chase, and the decision is clear.
Unfortunate. Yeah, very unfortunate. Thank you for the input. And yeah, there we go. That's gonna be it for that battle. Very unfortunate. I mean, it was some great runs by Juan right there as well, but yeah, just one error. You know, at this level, that is all that it can come down to. You know, just
Not like this, man. Not like this.
an unfortunate one. Yeah. And there we go. So soon we're gonna have. Well, right now, we have our point. It's currently updated, so Juan is currently sitting at 337. Of course, right now for us in the display it shows him as first, but that's because the results have not updated for the drivers who are still in. Right now though, Ritums Jakobsons, Ed Edwards, off the line we go already. Ritums in the lead, Ed Edwards in the chase. Aggressive initiation in the lead by Ritums Jakobsons, filling out the outside zone 2 very well as well, and Ed Edwards in the chase right there on the wheel, and on on the door of Ritums Jakobsons, and adding more angle than he was on that previous turn as well, but now staying nice and cozy in that pocket through the big sweeper now for the tandems, the manji transitions, staying very close on that one as well, and now out inside clip 10 into outside zone 11. Great job from both our drivers. Ed Edwards right there in the chase. Great job right there at the end with the proximity. Good stuff. Yeah, very aggressive driving from Ritums in the lead, and then Ed, I mean, staying just as aggressive as he was before. Look at this. I think he had more angle than Ritums here for a moment.
Yeah, he might have.
He was just diving in and he had to add more angle just to not make any contact. Very aggressive from both drivers. Good, close driving. I mean, great stuff. That's what I like to see.
I told you that the battle between these two is going to be one to watch out for. Do you also notice the speed they're going at is also, again, quite higher than we usually see in the average race people go. Really good job from them. Look at the proximity from Ed here in the chase in the last outside zone. I mean, it just tells the story of the entire track, but let's see if he can do the same in the lead and Ritums can do the same in the chase. Getting off with a nice flick initiation, big angle into the touch and go. Ritums on the doors immediately on the touch and go and through outer zone 2. Now massive angles into outer zone 3. Ritums still keeping it on the door. Doesn't let Ed run away at all as they go through outer zone 5. Ritums perfectly anticipates the transition timing and they go a little bit shallower into the inside clip, and Ed clips through it a little bit, and already on the Manji section, massive aggressive angle into outer zone 8. Ed Edwards almost touching the wall there, just a paper gap between and him. And now for the last outside zone, Ritums keeps the distance as close as he can, and Ed Edwards keeping it in the zone, not dropping any tires. An interesting run as well, a lot to digest, I think. Some tiny nitpicks that we could talk about here and there. Maybe some angles weren't as high as we would like to see. Here for the inside clip, we've definitely seen Ed Edwards clip through it, take a bit of a shallower line there, so that might be a mistake. But here also, very aggressive in outer zone 8, almost hitting the wall, just going full aggression, completely trusting his car.
Yeah, I mean, that was great runs yet again. So, hoping for that one more time, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. I do love to see both of them run, so I would definitely like to see them run again.
Yeah,
against
this would be
each
a good
other.
one. I like how their driving styles mesh. They both really like the aggression.
Yeah.
You know, some drivers like to be more calm, cool, and collected, but these guys, with the way they drive, they do seem to have a lot of aggression in their driving.
I mean, we could just have it one more time, just so the selection procedure is more careful about who to feed to. Armands Vestman is in the top 4.
Hey, I mean, look, with the runs these guys were putting up, you're telling me they don't have a chance? I mean, I
They
think
do have a chance.
really good
They
chance.
do have a chance, and that is going to be a crazy battle, whoever gets it. Again, this bottom
look,
part of the bracket.
qualified higher than Armands. The numbers don't lie. The
Numbers don't lie. Yeah.
So, you know, that is definitely going to be a tough one as well for whoever moves on to this next one. Armands Vestman's current points leader, possibly the season winner. Right now, though, the decision has been made. Ritums Jakobsons versus Ed Edwards. Is it going to be either one of them moving on, or is it going to be one more time? It's going to be Ritums Jakobsons with 2 votes moving on to the top 4. Congratulations to you, Ritum, on the win here. Of course, Ed Edwards, thank you for participating, man. Great driving. The proximity on those chases, man, and the aggression. That was some good stuff, man. That was some good stuff. So there we go. Our first top 4 battle is set in stone. Armands Vestmanis versus Ritums Jakobsons. That's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be a good one.
Latvian versus Latvian, left side of the bracket in the top 4.
Yeah.
Let's see. We definitely cannot get that on the other side because there is only one Latvian driver left in there, Andris Kleinbergs, who is going to be going next, battling up against Luis Trevino.
Since Mark is doing it for the E46s, I'll name him an honorary Latvian. You know.
All right.
But he has to move on for that, you know, so Mark, get on it, alright? Before that, though, another battle we have to get into, it's going to be Andris Kleinbergs versus Luis Trevino coming up right now. Andris Kleinbergs in the lead, Luis Trevino in the chase, and off the line we go. Yet again, 2 E36s, and with a very aggressive big angle entry from Andris Kleinbergs right now, going super wide, getting out into the outside zone 2 as well. But Luis in the chase, shelling out just a bit to get that proximity into outside zone 4. Good job from both drivers now going on into that big sweep. A bit of a late transition from Luis right there, losing some proximity, but still makes it up right away. Shallows out a bit of that angle just to get into that pocket, and now for some aggressive manji transitions. On the first one, Andris a bit earlier than Luis right there, staying a bit further back, but then later on still catching up to get into that pocket right here by outside zone 11. Great job by both their drivers on the first run. A few small errors from Luis that I could see in the chase, but Andris in the lead, solid. I mean, beautiful runs, super wide entry and super wide angles. Look at this angle right here. Just using all of the angle to slow down the car just a bit for that diesel zone, and then speeding right back up for the big sweeper as well. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, it feels like Andres' brake pedal broke, so he's just using the angle to slow down in this track.
I mean, that is exactly what you should do for a track like this. Unironically, you know, that is what I was trying to do in practice, and that is what the judges want to see. They want you to slow down by using just some more angle.
Yeah. Interesting transition timing choices from Luis there. I think he was late for a few of them.
Yeah, just got caught off guard a bit by that timing, but let's see what he can do in the lead now.
Yeah, let's see what Andris can do in the chase as well, as they go off with a nice flake initiation into the touch and go. Andris immediately gets on the door of Luis. Now they're transitioning over to outside zone 3 already, and maybe a little bit of a tire drop in outside zone 3 from Luis. Now into outside zone 4, perfectly filled by both of them. Perfectly timed transition by Andris. Going through this big sweeper, just keeping it right on the doors of Luis as they go into the manji section. A big aggressive flake from both of them, perfectly timed from Andris as well, doesn't lose any ground as they come around the inside clip, transitioning over for the last outside zone. Andris reeling him in, just painting black stripes on the doors of Luis. Nice run.
You say that doesn't lose any ground. I say that was the biggest mistake I've seen from Andris in quite a while.
Yeah, that is just how he drives.
No. What we saw in the first run from Luis, a bit off in that transition timing. He did the same thing in the chase here as well. So look at Andris' transitions right here after the manjis. So, excuse me, this one was good. this one was good, but here he adds on too much angle and he falls back. So a big error there actually from Andris, and in the top 8 that could impact a lot.
Yeah.
So that was a huge error. I mean, here made up for it right away, gets right on the door as well, but that is definitely going to be something that the judges are going to have to keep in mind.
Maybe a bit harder to feel the proximity of them if the camera is like facing them.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying about a few of these angles. From our point of view, it's not as easy to see some of this stuff happening. But that was definitely a bit of an error there. I mean, could have also been a mistake by Lewis where he hung on to the angle for a bit too long, but it didn't look that way to me, at least. I'm not a judge, so I can't tell you anything about that, but that did seem like a bit of an unforced one.
I mean, from my perspective, it looked like Andris mimicked it very well. Well, this is not the run that we're talking about at the moment.
On this run, yeah, see, for Lewis, he messed up that transition timing a bit, but I mean, yeah, he was still right there as well. I mean, great job by both of the drivers. It's so good.
He took out the last inside clip.
On the lead?
On the chase.
No. In the chase, look.
Doesn't matter?
In the chase, you follow the lead, Of course, you have to be in the zones as well, but what matters the most is, of course, following the lead, right? So when you follow the lead, you happen to be a bit on that inside clip as well, that's not going to be too bad of a thing, You do have to stay close. And we do have a result. So, slide him left for Anders, slide him right for Lewis. Moving on to the top 4 of this one, it's going to be neither. One more time. There we go. All right. I was hoping for it. When we mention one more times, we don't get them. When we don't mention them, they happen. I so wanted to call one more time.
One more what? Huh? I don't know what they are anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to talk about them at all.
Look, it has happened both times, I think, so far.
Yeah.
So,
let's just shut up about them.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't mention
it. But what we're not going to be shouting about is the battle at hand right now, because, man, that first one was good. Let's see if we can get something even better coming up from both the drivers right here. Yet again, Anders in the lead, Lewis in the chase. Let's go for another one. Can we see some more nice and aggressive entries? And Anders with a big flick right there makes it out to the touch and go to start off the second run for himself in the lead. And now out into outside zone 3, very wide on the very edge of the track. And Lewis, look at that on the door, very consistent and nice on the angle as well. Now for the big sweeper, he's staying right on the door throughout the whole track so far, while Anders is hitting all of the zones exactly as he should. Big aggressive transition, a lot of angle here in the Manjis, and now slowing it down just a bit for that inside clip. Not bad at all. Good job from both the drivers, and now look at that, diving in at the end and tapping the door right across the finish line is Lewis in the chase. And yeah, man, that was
absolutely insane. Andris with a perfect lead run, and Lewis bringing the surgical precision in the chase run. That was crazy good. Yeah. The proximity, the angle and line mimic all the way throughout, just no jittering, no, corrections, nothing. Just perfect run in the chase position, very aggressive from both of them. Definitely trying to step up a notch in the second time around, not trying to play it safe anymore. They both know that they have to bring their best for this one, and they certainly did.
Yeah, if anything, maybe a bit of a checkup there on the inside clip 10, but
yeah, but let's see how they do when they're swap positions. Lewis is going to be in the lead and Andris in the chase now as they go with a nice aggressive big angle flick into the touch and go, going through the outside zone number 2. Andris immediately on the doors, perfectly timing the transition so he doesn't lose any ground. Tire on the doors of Lewis throughout outer zone 4, now outer zone 5, also perfectly timed, going through the big sweeper. Oh, he just paints the doors of Lewis with his tire now through the Manji section of the track. An aggressive transition for outer zone 8 and 9 from Lewis, but Andris right there on the doors, I think doing a little bit of a better job in the chase position. And now for the last outside zone as well, keeping it right in the pocket there. Really good chase run from Andris there. I think he did just that tiny tad little bit of a better job in the chase position here, if I may guess.
Yeah, he looked super aggressive, and of course, my favorite part of the track, the manji section. Man, both of the drivers looked super aggressive on the manjis, and I do feel like Andres in the chase looked more aggressive on the manji transitions than Lewis did in the lead. But still, look at that, hitting the zones perfectly in that lead. Look at this transition right here.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that was some good stuff on that one. I mean, great job yet again by both the drivers. I ain't no judge. I cannot judge this one. This is a great battle.
Nail biter.
Yeah.
Not envying the judges at all. Great stuff. Another one more time, please. Please.
So, you just mentioned it.
Oh no. Oh no.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
we're so close to another one more time, but then he had to go and mention it.
oh no. It's just that
It's just one of those
been
days.
getting spoiled. We've
just
been
one of
getting
those
spoiled
days,
with them, and I just
Yeah,
got into
yeah.
the habit of talking about them.
Fair.
It's hard to quit the habit when
But
you've been seeing them so many times today.
There's another replay. And that means that the judges are thinking. And when they're thinking, that means it was close. And if it's close, that might mean another one more time.
Imagine how aggressive it's gonna be if it goes to a one more time again, though. That's gonna be like, I don't know, a sick,
After,
crazy battle.
Let's do like 3 or 4 one more times, then let Mark and Bartosz battle it out, and let's go back to the one more times, like... Because I feel like we might be here all night if both of them keep on driving like this.
And then
So
let's do the top 4 battle of Armands Westmans versus Ritms Jakobsons, and then let's have Andres and Luis go again.
Yeah. Of course, once we know who's going to the finals from that side, have a few one more times. Let both of them battle the other finalist a few times.
The Mr. Stubbins could join in for laps as well.
And then let's just let them go again. I mean, look at those runs. Like, that was so good. All 4 of those runs, just great stuff for both the drivers.
How do you think? Did we just see one of the finalists in any of these runs? Because they both looked finals worthy.
Oh man, I cannot call it, because either one of them might have to go up against Mark, who has won an event already, or Bartosz as well, our 6th qualifier. But there is a result here already for us. Anders versus Lewis. Moving on to the top 4, it's going to be Anders Kleinbergs with 2 votes going for him, and there was 1 vote for the one more time, but it is going to be Anders Kleinbergs with the win. So Lewis, thank you very much for participating. Amazing runs, man. Some great chases and great leads on that one. And yeah, can't wait to see Andres, who's going to be driving up against either Mark O'Rourke or Bartosz Gorgon coming up next for us. So yeah, as I said before, Mark has won an event before.
And when he did it in a perfect event fashion.
Oh yeah.
He was top qualifier and he won the tandems.
And look, he qualified 3rd.
Yeah.
Is he going to go for a 3rd spot here?
Oh.
Right.
He might.
He might get it done, but of course that all depends on this battle right here. Bartosz as well had some great qualifying runs yesterday, so definitely somebody to look out for. Of course, in the previous battles as well, already getting some wins under his belt. And well, moving on right now, our last E46 left in the competition. Can Mark do it in the lead, or is it going to be Bartosz sticking with those E36s and keeping it an E36 top 3, or well, top 4 for us here? Off the line we go, Mark in the lead, Bartosz in the chase. A nice flick initiation right there, nice and smooth towards the touch and go in the outside too as well. Good job on the lead by Mark, and then Bartosz in that chase. Look at that, getting closer and closer in between those outside zones 3 and 4, and getting a nice transition into outside zone 5 now. Through that big sweeper into inside clip 6. Not bad at all. Filling out all of the zones is Mark in the lead, and then Bartosz in the chase, staying at a nice and consistent proximity, a nice and consistent angle as well. Very smooth run, and now towards the end trying to dive in on the door, and over the finish line we go. So there we go. A nice, good, smooth run in the lead by Mark, and well, same thing by Bartosz in the chase, keeping it nice and smooth, not making any big errors. Of course, not seeing as much proximity as in some of the other runs, but still very nice and consistent.
Yeah, Mark could have done a little bit better on the proximity towards the touch and go right after initiation, but other than that, it was clean from him in the lead, hitting all the other boxes on his way. And from Bartosz in the chase, also very good proximity, very good timing, very good mimic of line and angle, and very good style as well. So he puts up a decent chase run, a decent competition for Mark. So let's see if he can put up a great chase run himself and keep the E46s going in this competition. As the lights go green and they're already off the race, Bartosz is going to be in the lead, Mark in the chase, and they start with a nice flick initiation. Bartosz completely failing the touch and go, going for outside zone 2 with some big angle. Mark right on his doors, he's right there, taking a little bit of a shallow inside angle to get the proximity closer to him, but not too shallow, as they already go through outer zone number 5 in the sweeper. Look at the proximity from Mark here, he's right on the doors of Bartosz as they already go through the Manji section for the outside zone 8. Nice massive angle from Bartosz there, completely mimicked by Mark as they hit a the inside clip 10 for the last outside zone 11. Mark just gets right up in the pocket, big angle from both of them as they cross the finish line. Another great run from another great 2 drivers in the top 8. I mean, this is where the best talent is at the moment.
Oh yeah, I mean, we could see a few errors here by Bartosz, you know, going a bit over the line here in between outside zones 3 and 4. And I do think that Mark had a bit more proximity all over the course. So if I had to guess, I would give a bit of an advantage over to Mark this one. But still, great driving by both of the drivers here on this one. Some nice transitions here on the Manjis as well, hitting all the zones as you should.
Yeah, I'm absolutely jealous of Mark's E46 setup. I wish I could get it.
He did say yesterday that he wanted to give the setup to us, but I forgot about it after the stream, and you did
How
as well.
could you?
Hello, you were commentating as well.
Okay, sorry. I didn't read it in the chat if that was in the chat.
Ah, so you missed it. Okay.
Yeah, I might have missed it.
Yeah, and I forgot about it. So unfortunately, we couldn't get that setup. But I mean, look, we could still ask him later on as well, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would be quite dumb to change the setup just before the tandems.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I mentioned yesterday as well. You know, hey, look, if you qualify on that setup, you might as well drive on that setup as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and there we go. See Bartosz once again with those blinkers. Let's see what the judges are going to be saying, though. Are they going to be moving this one over onto Mark or Bartosz? And it's going to be Mark. Not unanimous decision, but Mark is moving on to the top 4. Congratulations to you on that win. Bartosz, thank you for participating, man. Some great runs for you as well. Thank you. And there we go. Our top 4 is set in stone. Armand Vesmanis and Ritoms Jakobsons. And then on the other side, Anders Klenbergs and Mark O'Rourke. So some great drivers left in this one, and of course all 4 of them qualifying in the top 10 here as well, and big implications coming up for the points right now as well. As of course we have Armand Vesmans, the current points leader, still in. Anders Kleinbergs, though, of course on the other side of the bracket, qualifying second, and he is also right now the second in standings as well. So this next few battles are going to be huge for what the standings are going to end up being for the top 2 positions. But of course we cannot forget Mark as well. At the start of this round he was, if I remember correctly, ranked 4th.
5th at the moment, no 4th.
At the start of the round.
Yeah.
Remember, this is already for the drivers who are out updated, so I'm saying start of the round. I think he was 4th, so he's also still in the battle for the top 3 as well. Definitely could make his way up in there as well. I do think he could. It is a bit far in terms of the points, but I mean, I do think if he does go all the way, he might get into that top 3. Of course, that depends on what happens with the other drivers as well, and who advances on in the other battles. So yeah, gonna be some interesting stuff that's coming up for us right here as well.
Yeah, all of these top 4 drivers are basically our household names here in RTRiga. You've seen all of them put down some really good qualifying runs to win battle after battle in a lot of the tandems races.
Not always good qualifying runs, you know. Ritos, for example, that one time when he did qualify way lower, he did make a big comeback to get into the finals. And remember who he was up in the finals against?
Was it Mark?
It was Mark. And they're on the opposite sides of the bracket.
Oh, redemption time.
So they might be in for a battle, for a repeat battle as well, you know, depending, of course, how this one goes. It could be for the 1st or for the 3rd.
Yeah, we'll
Anything
see.
could happen here on this one.
Absolute redemption time might be possible for
But
Rick
guys, I
Jacobson.
gotta tell you something. I think I saw a surprise guest out on the track, and Camille said it as well. Semaphore was out.
Yeah.
Mr. Stubbins.
Mr. Stubbins is
Mr.
practicing for his run.
So you know what? We might have to just throw all those points out the way. We did see the perfect 100-point qualifying run. And
Yeah.
there he is. Look at that. The tandem train right behind Mark. Look at that, Mr.
And
Stubbins.
We do have a surprise for you after the end of competition. We are deciding who is going to be the next president of Latvia by a drift battle.
That's right. And the participants are Mr. Stubbins.
And no one
No,
else.
no.
No one else.
Mr. Stubbins. So anyways, as I was saying, top 4, right? We got the drivers in the server, you know, practicing, getting some more laps in. I mean, look at that. Who do we have there? Pretty sure that's Westmans and
Ritums
Jakobsons, yeah. So already getting some practice for those tandems in already.
Yeah, they have definitely done laps on laps on laps against each other while just sitting in the voice chat, chilling out. That's what a lot of drivers here do. Just sit in Discord, talk to each other, help each other improve.
Of course, don't forget, you can be a part of that as well. Just join the Discord. And of course, follow all the other socials and everything as well to keep up to date with the upcoming events and upcoming seasons, since this is the last event for this season. Now, of course, we're going to have to wait a bit for the next one to start, but there might be some things happening in the off-season. Maybe. I hope so, at least. You know, last year there was something. So I hope there's going to be something this year as well. Of course, everything depends on the organizers. And don't forget to let them know. And give them your support as well if you want to see some more stuff happening here in the future. So yeah, look at that, some nice and smooth tandems getting ready for those battles. Right, let me change up the seat a bit, get nice and comfy here. What else is there for the standings? So where was Ritums Jakobsons in the overall standings? Let me check that out real quick. So he is ranked number 8 currently, and that is of course including the drivers who are already out. So for those drivers the points are calculated. So that means Ritums Jakobsons already also could be looking towards a top 5 or top 6 finish for the overall standings as well, so jumping up a bit in the standings after this one. And there we go, we have our next battle coming up already. Ritums Jakobsons versus Armans Westmanis. Ritums going to be in the lead, Armans Westmanis with Racing Team Riga, of course, in the chase. And let's go, time for the first run right now. Let's hope for some nice aggressive runs and a big flick entry right now from Ritums Jakobsons in the lead. He fills out the outside zone 2 as well, and of course Armans right there behind him as well, right in that pocket. A lot of angle, transitioning and getting right on the door immediately through outside zone 4 as well. Now for outside zone 5, hitting the cones is Ritums Jakobsons in the lead, but Armans of course not shaken whatsoever by that, just stays right in the pocket as well. Now throughout the manjis, beautiful stuff, great angle, and right on the line is Ritums Jakobsons there in the lead. Now of course let's get out into that last outside zone 11. Diving in on the door is Armans Westmanis, and over the line they go. Great job, great way to start things off for the first run of this top 4 battle. Very nice and clean run from both the drivers, not seeing too many errors here. Very solid, very smooth. Great stuff. So yeah, hoping to see something similar in the second run as well right here. Of course, another set of drivers here where we could be seeing some one more times, you know. Of course, after this, remember, we're not allowed to mention it once both of the drivers are done. Otherwise, it will not happen, and I am not superstitious.
Tell me you're not superstitious without telling me you're not superstitious. Okay, let's see if Armans can get the win in the lead position, and can Ritums bang on his doors in the chase, as they're already off the line. Let's see, starting with a nice, massive, aggressive flick initiation from Armands. Westman is there, going through the touch and go and outside zone 2. Rhythms keeping it on his door, great proximity from him. Armands all the way out on the outside zone of the track, but Rhythms still mimicking the line perfectly there. Now going for the inners, for the big sweep, for the inside clip there. I'm lost for words because the Rhythms Jakobsons is just doing some magic in the chase there, keeping the proximity so good throughout all of the Manji zones, and now losing a little bit of ground here before the last outside zone, but immediately getting it all back. Really good proximity from Rhythms there in the chase position. Super aggressive there. Armands, of course, put down a heater of a lead run, but you can't have a good chase run without a good lead run, of course, and Rhythms sees a good lead run, puts down a good chase run.
Yeah, that was some amazing stuff right there in that chase. This is such a close battle. I have no clue which way this one's gonna go, but man, I do love seeing tandems like this.
Oh,
Look
yeah.
at that, both drivers just in complete sync right now.
I am going to miss this when the season is over.
Yeah.
Just watching these kind of battles is what it's all about. I just love to see the skill of the drivers that we have here is just up there. They're doing perfect runs. They're just having each other's doors, taking them home, swapping them around.
Yeah, exactly. Some great stuff. And yeah, you can definitely see that the judges are still thinking about the decision as well. You know, not an easy one to make at all. But the decision is in. All right. So moving on to the finals of this battle, it is gonna be neither of them. Hey, we have a one more time. There we go. See, we did not mention it after that one time, and it did work. So right
Nice.
now, don't mention it again.
Okay.
Let's see. Is it superstition or does it actually work?
But
You
it
know?
was unanimous as well, so all the judges thought that they want to see both of them do it again.
Hey, good. That means the judges and me, we are on the same page. So let's hope that that's going to be staying the same for the drivers though, because man, on the last two runs they were both on the same page. Let's hope for some more of that same action. Right now off the line we are already. Rhythms back in the lead, Armands in the chase. Aggressive flick initiation right on the edge of the track, right off the bat already, and filling out outside zone 2 is Rhythms in the lead. Rhythms Jakobsons in the lead, Armands Westman's in the chase, getting close through outside zones 3 and 4. A lot of proximity there and very good mimicking of the angle as well. Now going through the big sweeper right here into the inside clip. Good job now for the Manjis. Nice and aggressive. A lot of angle there put on by Rhythms on both of those transitions right there, and Armands staying right there though, not bothered by it whatsoever, making it back into that pocket for outside zone 11 and over the line. Yet another great run by both drivers. And well, so first two runs and then this run, do you see any difference? Because to me,
Nope.
This looks very similar, and well, yeah.
Oh, that was interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that was okay. Well, I guess we're going to be skipping the replay of that one. But I mean, look, we saw the last two runs already, right? So
Yeah.
just replay those last two runs in your head. It doesn't matter which one of the two. These drivers are driving basically the same. It's
Yeah.
amazing. It's wild what they're doing right now.
It was a crazy chase from Armands. Let's see how Rhythms does in the chase position, and Armands in the lead though. Really excited to see that. Armands did bring a lot of heat in his chase run. The proximity was insane. He timed the transitions perfectly and knew how to do them as well on the correct line, so he wouldn't lose any ground. But now already off for the next part of the race with a nice flick initiation, perfectly hitting the touch and go and the outside zone 2 is Armands, and Rhythms right on his door as well, taking the page out of Armands Westman's book himself. Going through outer zone 5 now, and the big sweeper really close right on the doors is Rhythms for the Manji section. Let's see, Armands throws some massive angles and is really close to the outside wall, but it doesn't scare Rhythms. He just goes all in and completely mimics it all. No issues there, no dramas at all, no tires dropped. Maybe a little bit of a tire drop for Armands in the lead at the very end for the last outside zone, but overall a sick run as well. Rhythms definitely has made a good point for making this go OMT.
Yeah, I mean...
I mentioned it.
Yeah. Exactly.
I was talking about the past, not about the future, though.
Well, guess what? You just acknowledge it.
Yeah, okay.
So don't try to dig yourself out to that one.
Well, if
it's already 7 feet deep.
That's gonna prove if that was superstition or not. After all,
I mean, I definitely do hope that we're going to be seeing some more of this, because man, these are some good runs. But here, you could see, Arman's going a bit off
a little
there
bit
towards the end. Hey, if that is what decides the whole battle, then oh man.
Oh yeah, wouldn't want to lose it like that. But a really decent chase from Rhythms as well.
You say you wouldn't want to lose it like that, right? But I would say that is the fairest way to lose a battle like that.
True.
With a small error.
True.
There was no big errors there from what I could see. Both drivers doing very good, nice, smooth, consistent, aggressive at some points.
And you have to respect when you're going off track when there is a wall on the outside. That only proves that you are very aggressive. You are not afraid to crash. You're just going all in for your run.
Yeah, that
putting all the marbles on the table, sliding them in.
And yet again, judges are taking their sweet time to decide, because of course, a very important battle right here. A lot of implication for the points, for the overall standings right here between Armans Westmans, Rhythms Jakobsons. Of course, on the other side, Anders Kleinbergs is waiting still to get out on the start line. Also another one of the people who is in the running, well, basically one of the two people, for the first spot right now, it's pretty much Armans Westmans and Anders Kleinbergs, both on each side of the bracket, so very nerve-wracking for both of them right now, and the one more times you have to do, if it would end up going that way now again, you just have to think, like, what would Armans Westmans be feeling at that point, the nerves. Right now, let's see what we have. Is it going to be one more time, or is one of the drivers moving on to the finals? Right now, Rhythms Jakobsons versus Armans Westmans, and Armans Westmans gets the win and moves on to the finals. Congratulations to Armans on the win, and Rhythm, great runs, of course. Can't wait to see that third place run as well, Could have a rematch against Mark. But before that, we're going to have to see that battle. That's going to be Anders Kleinbergs versus Mark O'Rourke, getting up to the starting line already, second and third in terms of qualifying, and of course very high up in the points as well for both of them. Anders trying to get that win, and Mark looking for a top 5 to top 3 spot, if I could see that correctly. So let's get off the line right now and get going with the first run. Anders in the lead, aggressive big angle initiation right there, and managed to fully fill out outside zone 2 as well right after that huge angle there. And look at Mark in the chase, just a little bit less angle, but all of the proximity right now as we go through outside zone 5 and into that big sweeper right there. Staying right in that pocket is Mark in the chase, mimicking the angle and the line perfectly. And now for the Manjis, a lot of angle right there from Mark, a bit of an error, he falls back, and that is going to be a lead right there. The lead, Anders Kleinbergs running away after the Manjis on that one. Yeah, looks like Mark just added a bit too much angle there and couldn't quite pull it back together after that one. So that's an unfortunate error right there, but of course anything could happen still in this one.
Yeah, I did see a small correction from Mark right after initiation as well. Yeah, and really unfortunate with the error at the very end as well. Of course, if you're going up against Anders Kleinbergs, that is just what he's looking for. He's looking for you to make a mistake in the chase. So now he can just take your doors back home and win this, get in the finals. So let's see what's going to happen when they get swapped in positions.
There's still the second run, Mark did win an event before, so we know he has it in him. Errors can happen to anybody, and that was an uncharacteristic spot to make, I would say. So let's see what we got for the next run.
Okay, off they go with a nice flick initiation, completely hitting the touch and go and outside zone number 2. Andres on Mark's doors, knows what he has to do. And Mark still staying on the outside line between outside zones 3 and 4, now already at 5. Andris is just glued to his door, doesn't let it go, stays in the pocket for the big sweeper for the inside clip as they go in the bungee section. Nice big flick, aggressive transitions by Mark, but completely mimicked by Andris. He just knows what's going to happen and completely does exactly the same. I just have nothing to say. This was a really great chase from Andris. He just had to play it safe, I think, and he did way more than that. He proved that he has to be in the finals. Didn't want to leave it in judges' hands, you know.
Oh, I would say the error, excuse me, the error from Mark was not that big, but he had to play it safe, not at all. He did exactly what he had to do. He drove aggressive, he stayed close, and I mean, he mimicked the lead driver very, very well. Of course, on this run, we didn't really see any big errors like that, of course, at least right off the bat. Now, on that same transition, Andris did make a bit of a mistake. I would say it is a smaller mistake than what Mark did, but there was a little bit of an error there as well. So definitely some more stuff for the judges to look at as well.
What if this is how Andris calls playing it safe?
I mean, look, it might be, but I'm calling it how I see it, you know? I'm calling it how I see it.
Yeah, but of course we're not in the other drivers' heads. We don't know what they're feeling like. We don't know if they are going all in or if they are playing it safe, but it definitely did look like a really competitive chase run from them. Let's see Andris leading again and Mark's chase. So judges want to take a look at that again, at what went wrong for Mark there. So maybe it might have been an error on Andris' side, we don't know, maybe we missed that.
There is also a chance he just hung on to the angle for too long, you know. That is also possible, so let's pay a bit more attention to that right now. So let's see. Nah, that's just Mark going on too much angle.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't get on the right line.
Unless you know, maybe there's some pedal inputs that we can't see, some brakes, something like that. I don't think Andris did that. I can't really see that he did that from this point of view. You know, I don't feel like it was there, but we have a choice from the judges.
Let's see who moves on and joins Andris Kleinbergs in the final. Armand Westman is in the final, and it's going to be Andris Kleinbergs who is going to join Armands in the final. So we have our final locked in. That's going to be Armands Westmanis versus Andris Kleinbergs. And the third place battle that is coming up next is going to be Ritums Jakobsons versus Mark Rourke.
Some big rematches right here.
Yeah, big redemption time for Ritums here. Can he actually take the third place out from under Mark? Since Mark qualified third and Ritums qualified fourth, he has to win this one. Mark is going to be starting in the lead and Ritums is going to be in the chase. As the lights go green and they're off the line, let's see what they got. The last race for them this season. A nice big flick initiation from Mark. Ritums right on his doors as they go through outside zone 3, transitioning over for outside zone 3 now. Ritums still on his doors. Nice big angle and big outside proximity by Mark there, coming into outside zone 5. A nicely timed transition again for Ritums Jakobsons. They both keep the outside line throughout the big sweeper. Now for the Manji section, a big angle transition, a very close wall proximity by Mark there, but Ritums still keeps it in there, not afraid to crash it, trusts Mark's guidance, and there was some contact, I think, right before the transition, but still that didn't really change much. Ritums managed to immediately put it back on Mark's doors. There was definitely contact, I think.
Yeah, but that was a great run by both drivers. Good stuff. Yeah, really nice. Look at that angle. Going into a lot of angle. Very nice and snappy going into that outside zone 3 by Mark. But of course, Ritums cannot be shaken. He stays in the pocket all the way. I mean, good runs.
Thanks, Mark, for standing up for all the E46 drivers. Showing that the car is not at fault. It's just a skill issue, I guess.
Exactly. And hey, look, you might be saying something that needs the right setup, right?
Yeah.
Also a skill issue.
Yeah, of course.
Get better at setting up cars, right?
That is actually difficult, but it is a skill issue.
Who cannot set up cars, you know?
Same.
So there's that.
You're using my setup. Let's not even talk about that.
Second lap, Ritums in the lead, Mark in the chase. And into the initiation we go. A bit more conservative initiation right now from Rhythms in terms of the flick itself, but still gets out to all of the zones just fine. And of course Mark there in the chase, look at that, getting right on that door, slowly but surely inching forwards to get right into that pocket as well through the big sweeper, staying right where he has to be. Just a bit less angle there from Mark, but Rhythms filling out the zones very nicely. Big aggressive flick now into the Manji, and another one back into outside zone 9 as well. Beautiful stuff in the lead from Rhythms now for the last outside zone 11. Mark getting into that pocket right there. Beautiful, beautiful stuff on the second run as well, and great job by both the drivers. Great job.
Another nail biter, man. A really great job from Rhythms in the lead. Mark maybe leaving some proximity on the ground there in the chase in some places, but most of the track mimics everything perfectly. I really liked his approach to the chase transitions here. Just, I don't know how they do it. I cannot do a transition that I stay so close to the lead driver, basically 0 times out of 10.
It's a lot of it is just about the transition timing. You know, you have to anticipate when the lead driver is going to be transitioning, and exactly see
timing is key.
As Ian Johnson says in the chat, timing is key for those transitions. You know, you have to see when they're going to be starting that transition, and you have to anticipate and get into the pocket right away. It's a very difficult thing to do. Of course, I myself need a ton more practice before I can do it comfortably, but I mean, these drivers, you can definitely see that they do have all the seat time.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. You have to stay one step ahead, and that is the great thing about these runs right here as well, right? When you get further on into the tandems, you get better and better drivers, and you know what they're gonna do in which zones, because they're just gonna be doing exactly what the judges want them to do, right? And so it gets way more predictable as the chase driver, and it gets way easier to also consistently get into those pockets as well, because I mean the drivers are doing almost the same run every single time. The consistency that the top level drivers have here is just wild.
So key to tandem driving is your spidey senses, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much, exactly. I mean, all you have to do is, you know, just look into the future. It really is that simple. You know, it really is that simple.
Look into the future, find your mistakes, and try not making them. Have you tried not making any mistakes? It's so easy.
See, you already made a mistake. You said try not making them. Well, try not making them in the present. Because you can try to not make mistakes in the future, right? But if you're looking in the future, you have to try to not make those mistakes in the present.
Mind equals blown.
Yeah. I think that sticker bomb delivery from yesterday still hasn't quite worn off, man.
Yeah, I guess so. Next time, try not licking the bonnet.
Anyways, right now we have our decision for the third place. Rhythms Jakobssons versus Mark O'Rourke. Are we going to be seeing a decision? And we are. Rhythms Jakobssons is going to be getting the third place with 2 votes. 1 vote was for one more time. Unfortunately, we didn't get that, but that's going to be it for the third place right here. Congratulations, Rhythm. Of course, Mark getting 4th place. Great runs from you as well, man. Glad to see the E46 being represented there as well, you know. And of course, moving on now, it's going to be potentially the last battle of the season right here. Armands Vestmanis versus Andris Kleinbergs coming up right now.
The big event of the day. Andris is going to start in the lead and Armands is going to be in the chase. Let's see the final battle. Lights are green, off they go. Please, a clean race. Now with a big flick initiation from Andris and Armands immediately on his door. It's an RTRiga versus RTRiga battle. Now going through outside zone 3. Now perfect angle and line from Andris, but Armands immediately still in the pocket, staying there throughout all of the zones, not letting any ground go between them. Now going through the big sweeper, hitting the inside clip, now coming into the Manji sections, throwing some big mean angle right there. Andris right on the wall there, but Armands still right in his doors, not letting it off, just doing what we want to see in the finals race, bringing all the heat there. A little bit of a gap developing between them just before outside zone 11, cleans it up right at the end. Really good run apart from that.
Yeah, great run for the finals, and this one is for the championship right here. I do believe that this might even this might make up the difference that they had between them at the start at the start of the day right here. So definitely a very important battle for both of these drivers right now. Going to be battling it out for first and second, not just in this round 5, but for the whole season as well. So definitely a nail biter right here. Now, of course, on this part right now, we can see that in the chase, Armands transitioned just a bit later than Andris did, and that did cause a bit of a gap to open up. So something there for the judges to look at. You know, of course, not a lot of mistakes made by both of these drivers. And let's see what we got on that second one right now. Armands in the lead, Andris in the chase, and we are off already. Big aggressive entry right now from Armands in the lead and making it all the way out into outside zone as well. Andris Kleinbergs right there in the chase as well. Very aggressive on that transition, not letting any space open up in between them into outside zone 4 right now. Perfect from both of the drivers into outside zone 5 as well. Now for the big sweeper, look at that. Andris staying right there in the pocket as well through the inside clip. Now for the Manjis 2E36s, some nice and aggressive transitions. Exactly what we got right here. And now for outside zone 9, slowing down a bit on the inside clip. And there we go, right on the door is Andris Kleinbergs as Armands Westman is going across the finish line for the second run. And what a run that was indeed. So amazing proximity in the chase, and look at the entry by Armands Westmans right there in the lead. Oh, that was some great stuff right there. Look at that. This transition super aggressive from Andris. Then he realizes he's going to be a bit too close, then slows down that transition just a bit to get in the proper spot. And wow, amazing stuff from this battle right here.
Yeah, an awesome final worthy performance from both of the drivers here. Armands doing a really good job in the lead, hitting all of those boxes, not missing any zones. But Andris just sticking it right on the door, keeping himself in the pocket throughout all the way throughout the track. I think Andris did it just that tiny bit cleaner that I'm going to go ahead and say that it is Andris who takes the win for this. And they're 12 points apart.
This is the last battle. Let's not call it too early. Let's wait and see what the judges have to say. Okay, if we make some premature calls on the earlier battles, you know, sure. But this is basically for all the marbles, you know. So let's just wait and see for the judges to announce that Mr. Stubbins is the real winner. Okay, let's just wait and see. Has been there for every single battle, every single qualifying run.
Exactly.
Who has that much consistency?
No, he hasn't even missed a single run.
He didn't miss a single start.
Yeah, not missed a single run in this competition.
Exactly.
So props to him for the consistency and the 100% attendance as well.
Hey, and average score of 100 points as well.
Yeah,
Don't forget that.
True.
Don't forget that.
Headshot percentage 100, easiest report of my life.
So yeah, looking at the replays once again, difficult call for the judges, you know. I think we can go for a quick nap, you know, come back in a few hours, wait for the judges to make the call, because oh man, this is a difficult one right here.
Oh yeah.
You can see in the chat, Mark saying that he couldn't get the E46 on the podium. Look, man, those were some good runs from you as well, man. So, looks like we have a decision though. So for the last and the final round of this season of DKRTR, it's gonna be going over to we have one for Andris and the other two. Another vote for Andris, and looks like it's gonna be Andris who's gonna be winning this event right here unanimously. All 3 votes going for Andris Kleinbergs, and that means that Andris Kleinbergs is not only the winner of the 5th round, but also the winner of the season right here as well. So congratulations to Andris on the victory right here, getting both the season and the round win. And of course, Armands Westman is 2nd place both in the round and in the season. So great job to both the drivers right there. Of course, right now doing some celebratory donuts, our top 3 right here. There we go. Gotta get those out of the way as well. Of course, now rounding out the rest of that top 4, we also have Rytums Jakobsons here, and of course Mark O'Rourke. And speaking of which, with that, Mark getting into the 4th spot in the overall standings, Juan finishing 3rd, Rytums finishing 5th right there as well. So that is going to be our top 5 for the overall standings. A lot of shakeups happening there in this last round, a lot of changes. And of course, running out for the top 10, you know, we have Matti Slācis in 6th, Ian Johnson in 7th, Nikhil Vadekar in 8th, Luis Trevko. Sorry, that is a bit too
Luis
far.
Trevino.
There we go, Luis Trevino. Yeah, I'm bad at remembering names off the top of my head, and that was a bit too far to read. So yeah, he's in 9th, and then in 10th we have
Olaf Tagakula from
Yeah.
Estonia, and look at these 3 matching RT Riga liveries. So it's an RT Riga top 3
Excuse me?
for this race.
4
Yeah, top 4. Yeah, I am sorry
matching
about that.
deliveries on all 4
Yeah.
of the participants.
Yeah.
Dare you? How?
I'm sorry, Mr. Stubbins. Please forgive me.
You should
Please
be sorry.
forgive me.
Look at that, the top 3 together with our, of course, number 1 driver here by far in the whole season, Mr. Stubbins, getting some nice celebratory laps out of the way here as well. So great job all around to all the drivers. Of course, thank you to everybody who showed up. Thank you to everybody who drove with us, not just here today or yesterday, but in all of the other rounds as well. It was very fun to cast for all of you here, and I do hope that we're going to be returning sometime soon with some more events.
Yeah, thanks to all of everybody in the production team for making this happen. It has been an amazing season.
Oh, yeah.
Really fun watching all these drivers put down their best runs on these tracks. These freshly made tracks with the layouts that we had not seen before.
Exactly.
It has been really so much fun. Congratulations to Anders Kleinbergs for winning the race and actually taking the first place spot in the overall rankings. Congratulations to all the other drivers, and whichever place you placed, participation is more important than victory probably for some.
Oh yeah,
it's just been
Look,
very fun to be around.
Yeah, this has been great, and of course thank you to all the sponsors as well who have helped and who are supporting us. There we have
Definitely.
our top 3 right there as well. So yeah, remember, join in on the Discord, jump into the server as well to have some nice battles and to have some nice tandems.
Yeah, it's not all over yet. There's always the next season,
Exactly.
and fingers crossed that we've made enough hype around this that we're gonna get some off-season races. That would be great to see. I can't wait. I just hope that this wasn't just a one-off season.
Oh, yeah.
and it's gonna just disappear. Oh, and this is a really interesting camera angle that
That's
I'm seeing right now.
Did you see the driver under there?
That was the driver of the semaphore.
Oh,
Yeah, he has to sit
Mr.
somewhere.
Stubbins himself.
He has to sit somewhere,
So
so he's
that
sitting
was
underground.
Mr. Stubbins.
Yeah.
I see. Well, either way, thank you all for joining. It was great. It was a great time casting for all of you here and driving as well, of course. I hope you all enjoyed it as well. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Thank you all, and thanks for having me as well. Let's see you in the Discord and on the socials.